Alright, and yeah, pretty sure dmmulroy will be here anywhere from like 45 minutes to an hour. Whoa. Okay, sorry, I saw the wrong thing. I saw how many followers there are in like the software and game dev category, and it's at 299K, but I got like follow botted the other day, and I thought that was my follow count, and I was about to freak the fuck out. Like, oh shit. All right, so. Oh, these keys are chunky. I like them. It's going fine. Okay, so we're up to date there. On this screen, I need to get iTerm going. And what caps are these? Ah, cherry, or looks like Gatoron greens. Hold on, it's upside down. That LED is bright as fuck. Oh, they are cherry greens. Cool. I really like how the enter key says Godspeed on it. Pretty appropriate for, you know, when you're running like command line stuff. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say this is the one. What you want to do is figure out your keycaps and your switches, and that'll end up making a lot of decisions for you. One thing I'd say is don't get hung up on needing like a number cluster, right? You can always just buy an external numpad and plug that in if you really do a lot of like number stuff. So that opens up more options for you, but better options typically too. Happy hacking? Maybe. I think they're a bit too expensive. Okay, so you like tactile instead of clicky? Sure. So that means you're basically looking at browns or clears, I believe, for the cherry and the Gatoron flavors. And then there's other brands like the Zelios, which are quite nice. I think the Zelios are one of my favorites. As far as this keyboard, like honestly, the Magic Force 68 is a really cheap like form factor. Only thing I don't like about it is how close the arrow keys are to that shift. But you get over it. The SDK is for Vexilla, which is a feature flag tool. But yeah, Magic Force 68 is one of the most like affordable like entry level keyboards you can get, and you can find ones with really nice like switches on them. And then it's about just replacing with keycaps that you like. Ooh, most likely. Yeah. Laptop keyboards are terrible for you. They force really bad habits. They encourage you to rest your wrist on them, like all sorts of things. Here's the thing, though. A really nice keyboard is not going to fix that. Now, a split will definitely help, but no matter what, even with a split, if you find yourself doing little, like, micro adjustments from the wrist, that's where a lot of your pain is coming from. Doing this 1,000 times a day to reach for the back key, that's the repetitive stress injury that's a problem. So instead, move from your elbow and your shoulder. And that's going to be the hardest part. Not getting used to a new keyboard, but making sure that you don't do the micro adjustments. There's some somewhat affordable splits, right? You don't have to get like the giant Primogen $300 one. There's some like $150 splits that are fine. Now, granted, that might be the ones you're talking about that are expensive, but, you know, it's all a scale. The Magic Force 68 you can get for like $50 with some decent caps, all right? With some like browns. So that's probably the way to go. Moonlander is super spendy. Yeah, exactly, Keepnet. PHP SDK for Vexilla. Magic Force 68. If you find that you typically need like a number row, or no, not like an F, like the function key row, technically you can just do function and the number with this Magic Force 68, but if you end up needing the function row more often, then you might opt for like the Magic Force 84. But yeah, like typically 40 to 74 bucks. Like it's a pretty damn good deal. Here's another thing. You pretty much never want to have the feet flipped out. I never do, right? Having the feet flipped out tilts it and kind of like forces you to get into like a non-neutral wrist position. So I would say the first thing to fix is actually maintaining a proper wrist position, right? Proper neutrality in all directions is really going to help. Don't rest your wrist on anything. Yeah, so it's more about like fixing your typing habits than anything. Don't worry about like the distance traveled per finger typing wise. Dvorak or other like, you know, keyboard layouts, unimportant. Completely meaningless, actually. It's more about how you actually utilize your wrist, maintaining a neutral position, things like that. Here's one more tip I really like to recommend is if you're using a Mac, getting like an external trackpad is going to be hugely useful. And if you do a lot of gaming with a mouse, just having something different that you use during the day and then you have your mouse while gaming means that you're not spending 14 hours a day in that like cramped wrist position, you know? When I'm using my trackpad, I'm just pure like neutral wrist, just one finger. Like it's so chill. So yeah, real quick, Vexilla.dev is probably the better site. I need to update the command and all that. But it's static file based feature flagging. If you've ever looked at the costs of Launch Darkly, something that you would just host as a static file somewhere is much cheaper. It's basically a completely free, basically zero server approach to feature flags. Granted, a file server has to serve the JSON file, but that's about it. Yeah, trackpad's good. The problem with your like Mac Air's trackpad is it's right in the center, which is going to force you to like do some weird contortions. Whereas a trackpad off to the side, where a mouse might normally be, means that, you know, you're no longer like edging over and like probably kinking your wrist when you use it. Again, so much of this is about your position of your wrist and not bending it in weird ways for long periods of time. Or a lot of times. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be the thing for sure, but just there's so many things you can do. The number one thing is think about how you use your wrist when you're typing. You almost never want to move from the wrist. You want to move from the elbow or the shoulder. Vertical mouse maybe helps, sure. Again, vertical mouse does try and promote like a neutral wrist position most of the time, which is the benefit. But yeah, Magic Force is a pretty damn decent keyboard, right? Kisan, I guess, is the name of the company, but yeah, like this is a super cheap keyboard. So you don't have to worry about it. Like, you could spill whiskey on it and not really care that much. How do I know? I don't know. Acner? I've never heard of them. Oh, Anchor. Yeah, I've heard of Anchor. Yeah. Yeah, I think the first thing to do is make sure that you're typing right. That's the most important part. And I don't mean like maintaining perfect home row orientation at all. In fact, check out that clip. I type with a flourish. You see that no-look crossover? It's pretty good. Freestyle typing. But okay, so Tez, did I answer your question? Okay, cool. Okay, we had that open. Let's move it over. So yeah, the get, set, and sync flags, get, set, and sync manifest stuff is good. Oh, show deprecated extensions? What's deprecated? Oh. Oh, fine, let's update too. Watch when I press the letter T. hold on. Let me turn off live share for now. Do you not see it still, Bic? Normally when people have a split keyboard, they don't reach across to hit the other letter. And especially when people do so, they don't do it without looking at the keyboard. No, it's not about the code. I'm saying look at what happens when I'm pressing the letter T. Right? Freestyle typist. No look crossover. Ankle breaker. Here's the thing. It actually wasn't a no look. I used to have a delay between my keyboard cam and my face cam. It was awesome. It was so fun. It was pretty good. Okay, there you go. Makes sense. And yeah, real quick, if anyone wants to leave me a lurk over on the Red platform, be a whole lot cooler if you did. Oh, it's all right. No, you got it. You figured it out. Not a big deal. Definitely nothing to stress over. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so things are restarted. Performance is way better. Dude, live share eats performance up. We're not positive this works exactly like we want, but we can double check it. I mean, it's pretty accurate. I'm about to pour a whiskey right now. How about that? But yeah, I'll see you at TwitchCon. Do you know what time of day the panel is? Because if it's before noon, I might not make it. Yeah, I'll be there this year. Yeah, I leave Thursday. Friday at 4:30? Perfect. No, I'm probably not going to stream from TwitchCon. Really, Taz? Huh. I have low latency and everything turned on for Twitch. It should be quicker than that. That's weird. Yeah, I mean, I think Drunk Griffing's pretty fun to hang out with. Drunk Primogen's pretty cool, too. The Drunkagen. The Drinkagen. Yeah, there we go. CM drinking. There we go. CM drinking. Yeah, we got a whole big group of people, like, coordinating. Right? It's not like we're gonna all hang out together the entire time, but yeah. Like, we got a whole big group of just people that are intending to, like, have at least one day where we all kind of, like, hang out. Last year, pretty much hung out with Prime most nights. At least a little bit. So, yeah. Yeah, it's good shit. No, TwitchCon's for anyone. Like, technically, the majority of people that go to TwitchCon are people that just want to meet, like, their favorite streamer. Like, on the floor of TwitchCon, there's going to be games that have, like, demos that you can go and, like, get in line to play. It's almost like a mini PAX for a bunch of stuff. Burger King has a booth. Wendy's has a booth. Maybe not Burger King. Wendy's is the one I was thinking of. But yeah, like, there's also, like, meet and greets you can schedule with your famous streamer. Or with your favorite famous streamer. So, yeah, like, you know, people will be registering for meet and greets with, like, Hassan and all that shit. Yeah, it's awesome. But yeah, 4 o'clock, I should be able to make that. Yeah, anything before noon, though? Nah. I'm good. No, thank you. Here's something I'm bummed on, though. I thought Vegas was over in, like, a 1 hour over time zone, but it's like a 15-minute drive away from, like, the border for the time zone stuff. Which is gnarly. Maybe not 15 minutes, but it's so close to the Nevada border. And, like, for some reason, Nevada was like, fuck it, we're only dealing with one time zone in the state. Deal with it. Meanwhile, I'm used to, like, Oregon that has 2 time zones. Yeah, like this one right here. Right? Like, Jesus, Oregon, what's up with that one little corner? And why is this not contiguous? Like 30 minutes? Okay, that sounds more likely. Yeah. But yeah, Vegas is like right here in this corner or something. Like somewhere in this corner. All right, so 5 hours away in Cali? Yeah, it's a thing. You're not gonna get into like the event itself. Maybe there's tickets you could do. I don't know. Not sure. But yeah, I don't know. Trying to hang out with everybody, really. To get inside of things, but really, like, the best part of TwitchCon happens outside of TwitchCon. Yeah, exactly. I got to meet Jay Phils in person last year. It was awesome. Hell yeah. Would you say they're pumped up kicks? That joke was bad and I should feel bad. I get it. I get it. Just too boring? No, you aren't. Nah, like, you get better and better at it. My first streams, I didn't really chat much. You get better. You were thinking of bringing some pumped up kicks? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's not good. I'm kidding. Like, yeah. Bad joke, bad joke. But yeah, what's up? Marxus? Maybe just Marx? I could just say Cyber, that's easier. How you doing, Cyber? All right, so public function should, lowercase. We don't have the scheduler made yet. We'll at least stub out a scheduler. I think that'll be useful. Namespace stuff. Yeah. Marks. There we go. I prefer Groucho. Karl Marx wasn't funny at all. Like, sorry, bad joke. That dude's stand-up routine sucked. All right, so we do need to fire up, or not fire up, just build up the Go code. It's going to be this, because it's serving as the example for a bunch of the stuff we're doing. So when we consider what's happening here in scheduling, there are three main functions we care about. Is scheduled feature active, is schedule active, and is schedule active with now. So the is schedule active with now is mainly for testing stuff. Is schedule active is then called with some of these things, also just because it might be easier to test. And this is the top level function for just easier usage, right? So we don't have to like do this part ourselves. So let's go create them functions. All right, so first one is, I think we have to do the public. Nah, I don't think we need public for methods, but we'll find out. So we'll wait to, hammer that one out real quick. This is then going to be function is schedule active. And then here at the base is schedule active with Okay, there you go. Interesting. Are you on iOS or Android? Because I've heard mobile also has like a weird issue there too. Android? Try loading it up. Like, are you in a place where you could load it up in like a desktop browser? Because I bet you'll notice that the Android is even still like 30 seconds behind. Yeah, for some reason the app just is way slower. I'm not sure if that's a Twitch thing or if it's a mobile provider thing. You don't have to. Like, close it down when you're done. I just wanted to, like, show you the difference in, like, time frame. But my guess is it's maybe so that mobile providers could cache the frames and then possibly serve them to multiple people. Right? Based on, like, different delays. I'm not sure. I don't know the exact mechanism, but it's my hunch. All right, so we'll just stub this out. Ooh, we do want these to be static, though. Yeah, mobile providers have to be really, really conscious of bandwidth. For sure. All right, so here, this would be just a return of scheduler. Oh, Hey, Algebro, Mr. Sir. How you doing? You put any more thought into, you know, a meal you want to cook? I think I got a good, like, breakfasty kind of one, like potatoes, onions, and summer sausage. That one's pretty good. I am drinking some whiskey. Yeah. Oh, ejecting from Old Vegas? Gotcha. Just not a great area to be in? That's a bummer. Did you get the number from the cute neighbor at least? Yeah. You can kind of see that anywhere, really. And yeah, there's a big problem with that in Vegas. Dude, don't watch a documentary. No, I'm good. Thank you, though. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, don't watch the documentary about the sewers in Vegas. It's sad and scary. Both at the same time. But yeah, take your time. All right, so scheduler is schedule active with now. Schedule is ooh, hold on. Wait, do I still need schedule type on that one? I do. Ooh, in PHP. What's the right way to do a now? How am I doing the types for that here? So we're doing a time.time for that one. So that's to get the epic, but like, what about like a date object? Right, okay. Yeah, like, is there a date time? Well, we end up needing to do a whole bunch of, like, manipulation of that by, let's say, like, adding values or removing values or getting something at a certain time of day. Basically, I would need to make it happen to where a user can set a start time and an end time, but I need to be able to apply the hours, minutes, seconds of that to another date. Right? Like the current day, basically. Is there a library I should be using? Yeah, Carbon. Yep. Sounds about right to me. Yeah, we're trying to avoid as many dependencies as possible, but this one seems essential. Right, like date time stuff. I really don't want to do any of it by hand. No, my name's Chris. You were so close. All right, so I still think like adding days, adding weeks, I think Carbon's the way to go. Yeah, my little brother even wrote a short story at one point in which a character, like, he's like robbing a bank and shooting people and shit. And as he's walking out, he does something and someone's like, Jesus Christ. He's like, nah, the name's Jesus Christopher. So you could say there's a bit of a strained relationship there. All right, so let's go find it on Packagist. I'm wondering if our PHP unit version is no good. All right, so we can use version 9. I get it, Taz, but there's so much more I need to be able to do. Nah, there's so much more I need to be able to do. I don't want to worry about formatting strings for setting, like, time. Right? The thing I just described, I really don't want to do that. A dependency is worth it in this case. Oh, and that's right. Yeah. So this is where I'd want to do, like, the DDEV stuff. Yeah, exactly. I think Carbon's going to be super worth it. All right, so now we got to go look back at DDEV because this is very much like a DDEV thing. Oh, okay. So I misunderstood what that was for. I don't know. DDEV doesn't seem like the move here, actually. Because I'm not running a web server. That's fine, Jalu. Yeah, dmmulroy. Are you ready? We could stop what we're doing right now. This'll be here forever for me. I can work on it tomorrow. No big deal. Okay. Well, too bad, DDEV. I really don't think DDEV's the move here. Because I don't need a database. I don't need any of this other shit. I don't need Node.js in the VM. Like, I don't need any of it. I just need Composer and PHP 7.4. So we're probably going to start out tomorrow figuring out how we install 7.4 on a Mac, even though it's deprecated on Brew. I'll probably have to compile it from scratch, which is fine. That's totally fine. All right, so we're going to pivot then. Let me get that going. Hey, that was perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. CM griffing, same thing. CM griffing everywhere. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so I need to grab the camel emoji. I need to get started here. Invite guests. Send invite. And yeah, DM, are you still down with doing the Discord thing? I think that worked out really well. The quality was solid. Yeah, quality was pretty damn good. So yeah, we're going to be doing some OCAML. Everyone that was here for the PHP, sorry. We'll be doing more of it tomorrow. Sorry we didn't get that far into it today. Yeah, thank you. Oh, and yeah, so give me just a bit there, Mr. dmmulroy. Just gotta fix something for YouTube. And I can't hear you at the moment because I have my audio configured wrong, so don't worry about that. I saw the thumbs up, thank you. Boop, boop. Boom! 100 characters even in the YouTube title. Damn right. Okay, so... and yeah, so you're gonna want to do like the full screen camera again if you can, so that I can like wire that up. Cool, cool. Let me pause my music so I can actually get your audio going. All right, should be good now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yep, I'll probably have to like fiddle with audio for volume for a sec. I'm gonna fix the YouTube real quick so that you're at my same volume. Perfect.
Fix the YouTube.
The YouTubes over there on the YouTubes. Hey there, YouTubes. All right, so that doesn't quite look correct yet, but it will, because I need to get the Discord going. Go ahead and send me the call whenever you got a chance.
Yep, let me tweet a link for this real quick.
Oh, dude, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I think I'm gonna save like the tweeting for like when I finally release these to YouTube, which I'm really slacking on, but maybe I can make happen while I'm at TwitchCon, like, you know, waking up in the morning type stuff.
There we go. All right, so I'm going to call you in Discord.
Yep.
There's that. I want to mute that audio. And I want to share my screen, which will be screen 2, 1440p. Love it. Okay.
All right. Yeah, that looks fucking great. Oh, I'm really happy I set up this scene. Awesome.
I need you to mute yourself on Discord yet. I got an echo.
Yep. Cool. There we go.
Perfect.
Awesome. Okay. So for the most part, should we do another recap of like a PR or anything? Like if you've even done any? Like no worries if not.
Yeah, I got less work done this week, but let me see.
If it's not worth doing like a recap, like that's fine too.
Yeah, let's just take a look at what we got done last week and we can go from there.
Okay, cool.
Hello, Jalu. How are you tonight? Gonna try to keep an eye on chat a little bit better this time.
Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah, but thank you. Like, yeah.
All right, let's get a new window open. Let me make sure I'm logged into my personal GitHub.
If anything, it'll make more sense like when I like interrupt you to like respond to chat and stuff. So you'll have at least like a heads up of it.
All right.
Boom, boom.
All right, here we go. Let's jump to Vexilla. So probably the best thing to do is look at our commit.
Sure. And yes, for chat, could you maybe zoom in a bit?
Yeah.
Cool.
Stream work. So last week we were pretty damn productive. Looks like we got through, we were working, I think we left off working on implementing the should API, if I recall correctly.
Sure, yep. Before we fully implement should, we may want to implement a stub for like some scheduling stuff, which I was just doing here on stream as well.
Okay, we can do that for sure. So we basically went through and wrote some code, some helper functions.
Hold on, let me get the recording going. Shit. All right, and I'll like do a quick intro. So, welcome everyone. We got week, what is this, 3 or 4? Week 4?
I think this is week 4.
Week 4 with dmmulroy helping us learn some OCAML and also helping build out our SDK for OCAML for Vexilla. So he was just pointing out that we made some really good progress. We got some like get real group ID functions, get feature ID, all that. We got like our get flags and get manifest stuff. And now we're going to tackle the should function right after we stub some of the scheduling stuff. And we don't need to do all of the scheduling logic right now. We can just have like a stub function that just returns true.
Heck yeah. So, back into last week's code, we basically wrote a bunch of helpers here. Got things like get feature. Maybe we got the whole way through should. Looks like we have to handle an error at some point. I wrote another to do here. I think I might have changed that though, since we added some errors.
So we may be like a good portion through should, but we're probably not checking the scheduling stuff then, right? So we might need to stub out the scheduling, and then maybe like the value function was the next one we needed to work on as well.
Sweet, yeah. Well, let's jump into it. Shall we?
Chad is letting me know that there's a weird echo, and that's because I have desktop audio still on, and we should be good now. So go ahead and chat a bit more. Cool.
Test. How we doing, chat?
Are we good? Did I fix it?
What up, Rond and Marcel?
And yeah, welcome everyone.
Sounds good?
Cool.
Okay.
Fixed it. Thank you.
Sweet. Okay, I still got some terminals, some work going.
Yeah, don't show those.
As you can see, I was working on a very fun bug. Should not have a scroll bar. Overflow bugs.
Those are always great.
So I have some work done here. Let me get this quick. Let's blow the terminal up. How's font, chat? Is this good size? Maybe the size or bigger?
I'd say maybe like one more bump. How do you feel, everyone in chat? Can you read that? Is that okay?
Taz, this is not lazy Vim as Rond replied, but Rond has a PR against my dot files to add lazy Vim, which I need to merge here soon. I thought I'd get to it today, but alas. So the only real changes I've made is rather than defining these infix operators in line, I had those defined in a package, which I tried to use last time. I just got the syntax incorrect for importing them. So we have that working now. Looks like I just changed the order of some stuff there. Right. So here, rather than using option.fold, there is a function that just returns a Boolean. So it basically will do a match under the covers and say, is this sum true or is it a none, false? We were using fold to do effectively the same exact thing last time. So just refactored to that. And that's about all I covered there.
So Marcel's asking, is there like a standard formatter for NeoVim for OCaml?
So I use, you have to install into your switch. You want to do OCAML install, and then it'll be, I normally install these 4 dependencies together at one time, but you're going to want OCaml format. And then you'll want this file called is it a dot file? I swear I have one in here. Maybe I don't have an OCaml format file. So it must just be defaulting to the default, but you can configure OCaml format using null.ls or none.ls, which is the formatter. So if you look at, let's look at my vim config. If we jump into my LSP, down here in null.ls, I basically just say we want to use OCaml format, and that will take care of all of running OCaml format for us.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
And I can link my dot files as well quickly.
There you go. That would help. And is OCaml format an official thing, or is it more of like prettier, like a secondary kind of thing?
I think it's a secondary thing, but it's basically kind of like prettier, where it's like the blessed solution.
Okay, cool.
Pretty much used on every project.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
We can jump out of this, maybe. And we can jump back to our Vexilla directory, and we don't need that open anymore. Yeah, so there, Marcel asked, null.ls is just not maintained anymore. Yes, the maintainer stopped maintaining it, but there is a fork of a community managed version called none.ls, I believe.
Okay. And that's like the language server that helps like format this stuff then, right?
None.ls is a NeoVim plugin that handles like some diagnostic stuff, linting, formatting. So it's a little bit separate from the language server itself, but like does similar things.
Okay, cool.
Like I used null.ls to run like ESLint and Prettier and OCaml format, where the actual LSP server is talking straight to like the compiler and
right.
TSC
Okay.
and all that.
So it's more like an interaction layer between the language server and other things then, right?
I guess I don't know the architecture of it enough.
Okay.
Yeah, Marcel, that's how my mental model of it as well. Basically running non-language server tools in a language server way.
Oh, got it. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Hence the name, like null or not, like none. Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. Cool.
I just put that together, that the LS is probably language server. Null lang.
It happens. It happens.
Right. Okay. So let's see. So right now is how far are we on should? I think that would be a good place to figure out where we're at here. So we take our Vexilla client, we take a optional instance ID, which can be a float, an int, or a string. We take a group table, a feature table, and we return a Boolean result, which can have this group of errors. Does that is like at the type level, the correct type, right? These are like the things we should take, and we should return a true or false.
So, kind of. So the group table.key is either the name or ID.
Oh, right.
Of the group, and then the name or the ID of the feature. So it's allowing the user to pass just a generic string to us, and then we do a lookup to decide if it was the ID or the name, because we don't want them to have to care. And then we can look it up for the ID that we actually care about.
Right. I should have just read my variables here.
That's fine.
So we get a group ID or name. We basically use those to get our feature, and we match on our feature. And depending on what type of feature it is, we have a way to determine if the feature flag should, I guess, permit access to said feature.
Right, whether it should be on or off. And a toggle is just a Boolean, so yep.
That's good. And then gradual, we're doing our hash stuff. And I remember doing that last week. We do our instance ID stuff. Okay, so as far as should goes, what are we missing? I know you talked about some scheduling stuff.
Yeah, so for the most part, we just need to check if we are within the schedule. So maybe within our match, we might end up passing the, if we are within schedule. Because we can schedule whether these flags are on or off based on things.
Oh, interesting. That's a nice feature to have.
Yeah, it's one of the ones that Growthbook kind of requires on their paid tier, or like only offers on their pay tier. On their free tier, you don't get access to it. And Launch Darkly, I think it's only on their like enterprise tier or something like that. So it's one of those things that we can offer out of the box that I figure is kind of like table stakes anyway.
Yeah, hell yeah. What would be the best client to look at? I don't know if we have schedule in here yet. Oh, maybe we do. Well, here we are. Looks like we already wrote schedule types.
Yeah, we wrote the types for it. I don't think we wrote the functions that are going to operate upon that type, though.
Okay. Does this type still look accurate?
The kind, yes. So there's actually a like schedule time type as well, or a schedule time kind.
Okay.
Let me look at one of my other implementations just to be sure of how I'm doing some of this. Types. So yeah, there's like a schedule time type as well, and that is basically there's no like time involved, so we don't even care about like the time of day or whatever, just whether we're within the dates. And then there's a start end, which means maybe I want to start on the start date at a specific time and then the end date at another specific time. So that's still like a big, long, contiguous blob of like time that it's on. And then there's a daily version of time type, which means maybe I only want this feature active from 9 to 5.
Interesting. Okay.
Right, like over the course of like 2 weeks or whatever. So yeah.
Would the Go code be a good client to look at for this?
I think so. Yeah, it has the concept of time type for sure. And it looks like maybe we were just missing one problem. So schedule there's a time type on it. On line 41.
Time type, okay. None, start, end, daily, okay. And
so yeah, I'm not sure we have the enum for the time type yet.
We do not, but that is, well, actually, what was it? Yeah, is this it right here?
So that would be just for, so there may have been a mix-up there. So basically, there's a schedule type, and then there's a schedule time type. So schedule type would actually be none, which is an empty string for now, and then global, and then environment. So it basically allows you to set certain scheduling per environment, or for every environment, or none at all.
Okay.
Later, Scottish Trio. Have a good one.
See you, Scottish. So we don't need this kind here then, is that correct?
We do need a kind on the schedule.
Okay. And
but it's more like the schedule kind rather than like a time kind.
All right, let's bump these side by side. And our schedule kind.
That is schedule type above. So I'm going to start saying schedule type instead of kind just because, It's what
Oh,
makes
I
sense
missed
to me.
this block right here.
Yep.
Okay. So an empty schedule type, a global, all right, we'll say, change those to environment, and we'll have a global and none. Or empty, maybe? Is
Sure.
that better than none?
Yep. Yeah, it's what I named it in like all the other places, so I think it makes sense.
Cool. All right, so that's that. And do all of these variants have the same structure? Like they all share the same keys?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Can you talk me through what start and end is compared to start time and end time?
So start and end are just like the days, right? Like the dates we care about. Whereas
Okay.
start time and end time could then be separate based upon whether we want to start it at a specific time on one of those days, if it's a start end, right? And then end on like, the other day. Or like, daily would be 9 to 5 on all of the days within start and end.
Okay. And these are, I'm assuming, Unix timestamps?
Yes. Yep. Technically, they're JavaScript timestamps, which is milliseconds instead of seconds.
Okay. Yeah, that works. Okay, that might be a use case to bring in a library called ptime, but we'll see.
Yeah, when writing the scheduler, we may want to use like a library for manipulating these because we're going to have to attach the start time to the start date at some point, right? But only taking like the hours and minutes and stuff.
Brought in ptime already preemptively at some point. So nice. Let's see what those types look like and if it makes sense up front to use that. Let me turn on dark reader. Sorry for the flashbang chat. Ptime. And let's go look at our docs.
I know, right on? Ah, my eyes. I'm blind.
Okay. Upload seconds. Cool. All right, this has a bunch of stuff we'll use. I want to go take a look at how I used ptime in my other repo real quick.
So here's one thing to point out. We may not need too much of ptime, right? Because all we need to do right now is at least just like stub out the functions that we're going to call, and then we're good to go.
Okay, that should be easy enough.
Because yeah, time stuff is just a headache to manipulate. So we could at least work out like the value function first, and then maybe get started on the time stuff and let it a little bit of that like stew, and then like diffuse thought process kick in until next week.
So we can do that.
How's it going, Standard?
What up, Standard Robot? Thanks for hanging out tonight. Okay, do we have ptime anywhere else in here? Just want to see how to use the type. ptime.t. Cool. So if we need that, we can use it that way. Easy enough. All right, so back to the scheduling stuff. We have this schedule kind, and then we need a time type. Schedule time. So we'll call this time kind,
Sure.
time type. And that will be none and start, end, and daily.
So here's a question, right? Like, I'm guessing type itself is a keyword, so that's why you had to do kind.
Yep.
Would it make sense to then rename kind to schedule type instead?
We can absolutely do that.
Okay. I was just curious, like, if we were going to keep like the same convention, it might make sense.
And we can change that to, I have type there? No. we'll just do the same thing, schedule type. And we need a time type. Are either of those optional or nullable?
So here's one thing. Schedule type is actually passed in elsewhere. Schedule type is on the feature.
Okay. That's good to know. We don't need that there. Time zone, time type. Okay. That looks like the same struct on the right. Okay. So I saw that you have a scheduling.go package. Is this where we kind of want to start basing off some new code?
Yeah. So there's just 3 functions there. One is just the top level one, so we can just pass the feature and not have to do that whole destructure. Is schedule active is then going to call like another function with like now, and then the final one is schedule active with now, so we can pass in any generic time for like testing and things like that to make the function a little more pure.
Perfect. Okay, so let me take a look at this.
Yeah, a lot of the main logic there we probably don't need to worry about. All we need to do is create the functions, have the base one, which is the with now, just return true, and take in the arguments we care about maybe. And then the one above that would just call it with now, and then the one above that would just call it with the feature and like some of that stuff. So I think we can just stub it out for now and worry about like the heavy lifting of scheduling later.
Sounds good to me. So we need a let.
It probably makes sense to start with like the with now function first.
Yep. So we'll start with this one. Okay. And we'll say is schedule active with now. And that's going to take a schedule.
Yep, takes the schedule, right? The schedule type.
Such a weird word after you look at it for too long.
I know. Yeah, like saying it so much even seems weird. Yeah.
Schedule type. And then a now. And we're going to return a Boolean. And just return. Wow, I've been writing TypeScript all day. Can you tell?
I saw the comma.
Commas and parens.
Yeah.
In the return statement. All right. So we can, what of our errors? 27 led a suppression for that.
And yeah, there's a typo in schedule type. Probably not a big deal. I like to give a little bit of time for people to like fix those, because I will happily typo as I'm typing, like to get the main thing out, and then I'll just go back and reread and edit. So
I am so bad with typos. Like my chat will tell you that like I get made fun of all the time. I miss it. I just get so many typos.
It happens.
Okay. Do we want to go the whole way through this function or just have it stubbed out to return a Boolean?
I think we just have it stubbed out to return the Boolean for now.
Okay.
And then let's write the other functions that basically just return that with the other things we pass it.
Perfect. So let is schedule feature active. And we spelled schedule wrong. And that's
schedule. I like that. That's a good one.
Schedule.
Yeah, that's a brand new word.
And
patent pending.
Is schedule active with now. I'm going to bump that down to another line, and that needs the schedule, which will be feature.schedule. Let me annotate that. Types.feature.t.
Is that how Germans pronounce that word anyway? Schedule? Nice. It's a fun, fancy way to say that.
I know the Brits say schedule.
Schedule? Yeah. Schedule.
Schedule.
Right? Like, do they say, like, do they really put the emphasis on the second syllable? That's amazing if so. I like it. It's fancy.
All right, well, what do we have our feature typed incorrectly? Ah, right. We're gonna have to match to get the attributes. Actually, we don't because I wrote a function to get the attributes, I think. Yep. Little helper
Nice.
function right there. So we can get our attributes. So let's go make a line above and we'll say let attributes equal types dot feature dot attributes. That's in our feature. And then I'm assuming our attributes have a schedule. And our schedule type will be, is that on the attributes as well?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
feature
Yeah.
has the schedule type. Let me go check and jump back here.
The feature has the schedule time. The feature has the schedule type. Yes, correct. Sorry.
So we have a schedule. So I guess it also has the, I wonder, is there a good reason to, is there a good reason to pass around the schedule type separate from the schedule itself?
Because schedule type is not on the schedule. Schedule type is on the feature.
Ah, okay. Okay, so we need to add an attribute here then. We need to say schedule type would be a schedule dot schedule type. There we go. We can jump back here, and then that will be schedule type.
And keep in mind, this is something that we could easily refactor, to like make it more intuitive. I think there was a case where I didn't want to attach the schedule if schedule type was empty, but at this point, I don't know if it matters. So I may end up just...
Got it.
It could be a refactor, but that's not something we need to be worried about right now.
Sounds good to me. And then, yeah, let's do... is that going to work? Do I have a time? No. ptime.clock.now. And we'll say little action. All right, that looks good. Yep. And the last one is, oh, I think I just wrote this incorrectly. That's okay. I need to write the other one first.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt that flow. That's all.
Okay, so we need to say is schedule active.
Yeah, so this is unaware of the feature itself. It's just about the schedule being passed and the schedule type.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what we want there. And we can basically copy the implementation of this function, right? That's what we just technically implemented. Oh, wait, now I'm getting myself back.
No. Hold on. Undo what you just did. It looked pretty right to me. Hold on. The thing that was there. So, yeah, so boom. Yeah, that's
schedule
it.
Active.
Yep, it calls the with now function with the schedule type, and clock.now. Damn, was that like what auto completed that? That was amazing.
That was Copilot.
That is Copilot? Wow.
Yeah.
That was genius. Huh.
Then this one is feature active. We can call to
we end up calling is schedule active within the feature active. Yep.
Yeah, so we'll comment that, and we do need the attributes still, so let's take those. And we call is schedule active, and that's going to get that. Yeah, okay, that should be good.
Yeah, have you tried hitting up Teach to see if there's some way you could get like access to Cody for like a promotional way of it?
I have not,
Okay.
uh, but I probably wouldn't use Cody yet until like my company signed off on it, just because I work mostly from my company laptop.
Sure, sure.
Um, but I think it's something we've talked a little bit about it at work, because like Cody looks genuinely impressive, and like it could be a better alternative to Copilot.
Yeah, because I think one of
So
the biggest things is that like you end up not shipping your entire thing to them technically. I don't know for
right,
sure, right? Or at
and
least
it,
like they
it
have maybe better data segmentation than Copilot offers. I don't know.
it seems like, and this is a very just like from having TJ on in the background, but it seems like they do a better job at providing like better context, project context to the LLM for like what you're working on, rather
Mm-hmm.
than just maybe the immediate buffer.
Okay,
I'm not sure if that's true or not, but like that's kind of the sense I've gotten.
makes sense. So yeah, Yumshot's saying better relevance and context for sure. Okay, cool.
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
And yeah, how's it going, Yumshot? Been a bit. What are you up to?
All right, so we've got our scheduling module in place. And now we can jump back over to our client. That's where the should function is. Yep. And I want to go pull up the should function in our Go client. Whoops, just went back to the same file.
You're working on a game mod? Ooh, what game? Yeah, I'm curious, Yumshot. That sounds cool. And what language is the mod written in? And okay, yeah. While we're waiting on Yumshot's response, yeah, we can chat through this. So here's the question, right? We didn't implement the should custom string stuff, right? We had only implemented should, so that might be a thing we end up doing, where technically the should custom string function could be called from should. So should itself is going to be like a shell.
What did the should custom string do?
So it basically allows you to pass a within a certain context, just any string, instead of like relying upon the instance ID that we instantiated our config with. So
we already have that implemented.
Okay, we do? Okay.
Yeah, we did that. It is this instance ID thing here. It can be a float, an int, or a string. And we end up doing this code right here where we check to see if they passed in a custom instance ID. And if they did, we use what they gave us. Otherwise, we default to the client instance ID.
Okay, so yes, I'm used to languages that don't have optional parameters like Go. So that was that. Okay, that makes sense.
Cool. So we don't have to write all these extra, gosh, I need to remember to not like click around in GitHub.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yumshot said GTA 5 creating a roleplay framework in TypeScript. That sounds dope.
Okay, so ECS for entity containment or entity component system. That's it. Using Mongo for kind of storing some of the logic of the roleplay. What do you mean by roleplay framework, though? I'm curious about that. Like, so that certain people could opt into like a certain job in the game, like cop or medic or things like that. Because I've seen the one dude that does like, he's like, I think he's a cop in real life, and then he plays a cop in the game too, which is really interesting. I don't remember his name whatsoever. I've just randomly landed on his stream before.
Watching like people get real into GTA 5 role playing on Twitch is like one of the best time wastes of all time. Yeah. It's so entertaining.
Yeah, it's like really fun. I love the roleplay aspect. Yeah, I'd like to start doing more of that.
Let's see here. So it should.
So yeah, Yumshot. I'm familiar with 5M. Thanks for explaining it to other people, though. Yeah, it's like a private server for GTA 5. It has. I thought it was Lua that you would write to make mods for it, but it seems like you're doing TypeScript within like a C# wrapper, which is interesting. I thought it was Lua mods for 5M. Lua is the default wrapper. Okay, that makes more sense.
I am just going to handle this to-do here real quick, and we'll make an error. So we don't support value features in the should API. Is that true?
Correct, because value is going to return a raw value, right? So
okay.
And again, if we get like a similar amount of like polymorphism based upon the type we can return in OCaml, then there may just be one value function we end up calling.
Cool. What would be a good name for this error? I guess I could just do unsupported feature type.
Yeah, unsupported. Maybe that's a good way to say it. Unsupported feature type. It's a little like, again, is that the name or is that the string we're doing?
This will be the name, and we can format the string however we want.
Okay, so maybe like unsupported should feature type at that point. And then we'll have another one for if people try and call the value function with a different feature type than value, right? Because then that would be unsupported value feature type.
Yeah, let me pass in feature, maybe types. Yeah, I should be able to pass in feature here. Types dot feature dot value.
Mm-hmm.
Can I not do that? Types dot value to feature. Okay, that's okay. We'll just pass a string.
Makes sense. Yep.
And then let's go add this to our errors, which we can probably change this to not use a polymorphic variant at some point. I've been playing around with defaulting to using regular variants like the past week rather than polymorphic variants.
Sure. Okay. Is there a reason for that?
So polymorphic variants are convenient because they can be expanded. So like I could say, I could be in another module. I could be like type my other variant, and I could say, I want all of the things in T, and I want some of my other constructor or like other constructors. So I can expand it in that way. And then like functions can be like effectively generic over T. And you can basically say, hey, I either want to take only T's, or I can accept more than T or like less than T, meaning just a single one of these.
Okay.
And then it also, you can like declare them ad hoc. So where's a good spot that we do something like that? So like right here, this string variant, like I could make this be anything. This could be like, you know, cat dog, right? And we can just define it in place. We don't have to define a type anywhere. Where if
Did you just say
variant,
cat dog? That's amazing.
I did.
Alone in the world is a little cat dog.
If we declared it as like a normal variant, we would have to type out a whole type for it. So it'd be like type cat dog variant.
Mm-hmm.
And then we would be cat or dog. Or
no more dog. Foo, no more bar, only cat dog. Damn right, Yum.
Exactly. I do actually use cat dog in places where I would do foo bar sometimes.
Really? That's awesome, actually. I like that. Nice.
So like if we did this, well, because this is in like the same module, like we can reference it. But if it were in another module, we would have to like namespace it. So it'd be like module a dot cat dog.
Right.
Where if it were polymorphic, we could just backtick it and it's fine.
Oh, got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool. And yeah, like Yumshot, OCaml does look like a lot of fun. To me, it reminds me of like a strictly typed Elixir at this point. Like a lot of the things in Elixir are very similar to how you end up doing like some of the stuff here in OCaml, just without proper typing.
Yep. Elixir's a lot of fun. Actually, I don't know if I brought this up last time, but there is a person in the OCaml community that's working on writing this framework called Riot, which I should back up another step real quick. This year, OCaml got multi-core functionality built into the language. And this person, Leo Stera, they're building a framework called Riot, which is basically like an OTP-inspired framework for OCaml.
Awesome.
And it's looking really, really awesome.
Awesome. Oh man, yeah, I really like OTP and like the power you get from message passing. Is there any like serialization overhead for doing that with OCaml, or is it similar to Elixir where it's like, no, like that's how it's built, like just deal with it?
I'm pretty sure with the multi-core stuff, it's the latter. I'll link it in chat here.
Cool.
I admittedly haven't spent a ton of time looking at multi-core stuff just because I'm still super new to the language and haven't had, the need to use it yet. But I am familiar with OTP, and I think OTP is one of the coolest pieces of technology ever made.
Right. Yeah. Like, dude, it's so resilient. Like, let the process crash. Who cares? It's not taking down your whole server.
Yeah. It's like supervisor trees and like all of that and the message passing. Like it's really cool. It's like what, like before Go came out and had Go routines, like really no other mainstream like runtime could just do like millions of like green threads at once, like OTP does with Erlang and Elixir.
Right.
Okay, so that's unsupported feature type.
There's hold on. There's some really cool article I want to share with chat. I believe it's a Discord, or no, not Discord. It was something McCord, Chris McCord from like PHP stuff, or no, not PHP. Sorry, Elixir stuff. Elixir WebSockets blog. The road to 2 million WebSockets, right? And it's just, man, it's such a cool article that, yeah, I felt like it was worth sharing. And it's so old by now. Like, this is 2015, right? This is before a lot of people probably in chat even started programming. Even. Like, man, like old school. And it's just, yeah, really cool some of the work they go through to show off, like, what Elixir is really capable of for things like WebSockets and like message passing and concurrency and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, really well done. Really cool stuff.
Okay, so we got our error in place and a string formatter. That should be good.
So wait, TJ Planton, what do you mean? He says he likes Vim. What is the interface? So that's NeoVim you're seeing on the left there, and then he just has like some GitHub stuff opened in the browser on the right pane. Oh, and Ethan, you can't access that site? Really? Like phoenixframework.org is unaccessible? Or inaccessible, or whatever the word is? Huh. Well, you heard it here first. Phoenix Framework is anti-Canada. I'm kidding, by the way. Just in case, like, I needed to be really explicit about
that and get him.
Yeah, get him, right? Someone's going to clip it and post it to Twitter or whatever, and I got canceled. Oh, shit. It's all right. There's going to be plenty of stuff to cancel me for over time anyway.
So in the should function, I didn't catch in either the Go client or the TS client anything with scheduling. I did see it in the value function.
I may have messed that up, and I need to go add that.
Okay. So let's just rock on our code then. Where and how do we use our how does should use our schedule?
So I would say I would pass it as part of the match, and then in the match, right? You can do multiple like arguments to a match, correct? In OCaml?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'd just say like the second thing where like all like the toggle like the cases would just simply have like the underscore, and then you'd have another case that's just like underscore for the types and then true or like false, sorry, for like schedule not active.
So we just need to check. So like we can say like right off the bat, rather than throwing another match in here, we could short circuit early too, right? We could say
That's how the Go code is doing it in one place at least, I think, but maybe not. I might be missing that.
Schedule
so, yeah.
dot which one should we use here? Is the outer API?
It would be the top level
active?
is schedule feature active.
Okay, and then we'll pass in the feature, which we have right here. If it's that, we'll actually do this the inverse. If not,
and yeah, you just uncovered the fact that I am missing this from a bunch of places, and I need to make it happen. So that'll be fun.
Then, if not, then okay, false. Whoa, their Copilot did me dirty. Okay, false, else. Okay.
Oh, interesting. So you don't even need to make it part of the match. All right. Yeah, I like that.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah. So I have like a guard statement
then.
in languages that have return and stuff, right? Where it's just like, hey, if we're not active, we're out. But yeah, here we can just do it if else style, and that works too, because technically if and else are like first level expressions, right? So like,
yep.
Okay, right? So like you could even assign like an if statement to a variable, right? Like the result of an if statement. Yeah, that's amazing. I love that feature.
And that should just be a Boolean result. Yeah. So basically the whole rest of this evaluates to that.
I love that feature.
For bind tags there.
We'll never get it in TypeScript or JavaScript, but man, that's a fun thing to use, right?
It is.
It's nice.
Cool. Well, that's nice that we can just throw that in there like that. Should relatively complete now? Oops.
I think so.
Sweet.
Yeah, so now we just want to maybe do like the value function.
Let's do it up. Could you give myself and chat a rundown on the value function while I type out some of the boilerplate here?
Sure. Yeah. So the value function is basically for if you wanted a specific value at a certain time versus like your default value, or not even certain time, but also just like, if it should be on like a certain value within staging or production and somewhat different. So if you wanted to like evaluate real like Stripe at some point against like, hey, let's charge a penny in staging just to make sure this shit's working, right? And then in production, you would simply have a different like dollar value for like what you would like charge the transaction for, things like that.
Okay.
So that's one way to do it. Like it might be like, well, maybe in staging versus production, you want to have a different like text string for a title, like, all sorts of things. Think about how basically feature flags are a building block for A/B testing. If you wanted to really like figure out which one of these things leads to more conversions, well, yeah, you would have a value be loaded from, like the A/B testing aspect of it, or like the scheduling aspect, and just boom, you kind of know like, oh, well, this one converts more, so let's go with that value. But it's more like just a string or a number or whatever that you simply want to determine based upon like the environment you're in or the schedule that you're on, things like that.
Sounds good. Okay. And so, then the default value is if we don't find one, I assume after we make some sort of one of our REST requests, right, to load feature flags would default to the obviously the default value.
Right. And this is the JSTS version. I don't think I have that in the Go version, though. So that's something interesting that, right, I wrote the JSTS first and so long ago that I'm kind of forgetting the fact that I don't really support it that well. Like I'm not lining up directly with it after having implemented the Go and the Rust and all that. It made some other things different, it seems. Let me look at how I'm doing the Go code real quick, just to be sure. Yeah, so my Go code does not have the default value. So maybe we don't want to do the default value part, right? We could just let someone react upon that. I'm not positive. I think if we operate in the idea that there is no default and someone else is going to consume it and deal with it, that might be the simpler way to go for now.
Yeah, we can return
the Rust and the Go
option type
without like a default.
Okay, so that value is going to take a group name or ID. So we can copy how we did this. We'll use that same name. Oops.
How's it going, K-Melv? And let me shout out some follows. Erden and Garp, welcome. How y'all doing?
And then we also need a feature name or ID. Wow, I don't know what just happened. That went crazy. What up, Kyle and Meta?
Ah, so K-Melv, that is Kyle. So you know dmmulroy then, huh?
Yeah, Kyle and I know each other in real life, and
that's crazy. Oh, that's super cool.
Just spent a bunch of time together this weekend, and then Meta is just our favorite chat degenerate.
Sounds about right.
So we need to, it looks like we're getting our raw feature. Clicked again. And we want to get the feature out. And I think we can probably do the same thing we did here. So let's take that.
Yep.
And we can come down here, paste that in. I guess we need to take our client, of course. Cool. That looks good. So we get our feature, and
yeah, my Elixir code passes around the client in like a really heavy way. So yeah, like very similar, actually.
Yeah, I actually like it because it makes testing a lot easier.
Yeah, you can pass in any config you want, and like yeah, it's really cool. I've opted for like functional style programming for all sorts of languages just for like easier testing.
Yep, 100%. All right, so we get this feature, which is going to be a result, but we really want to return a option. So let's pipe this. I'm going to full screen the code here. Let's pipe this into a option result dot to option. Yep. And we'll just say some unit unused open, sure. All right, so now we have that. All right, after we have our feature, we get our real IDs. And what do we ultimately end up doing here? So we get our real IDs. We then try to get the value. So we might end up doing something super similar to here.
Yeah, it's going to be a match. Technically, we only need to match upon the value, like value, right? Or whatever, right? Like the type being value. And then everything else is just a similar error where we could do like the underscore probably and just throw like, hey, man, yeah, unsupported value feature type, etc.
Cool.
Right?
Okay, so let's see here. We want to do something similar to this. So let's mix that, and we can match feature, do that with And if we match on toggle, we shouldn't need to match with sum, right? This is already unboxed. Yeah. So match on toggle. That's why we had to open that. Toggle. And what do we do with the toggle value then?
Oh shit, hold on, I lost the screen. So basically every feature other than value is an error.
Every feature other than value is an error. Okay.
Right, so it'd probably just be an underscore for everything other than value. All right, so we could define the value handling, and then, yeah, everything else is just the underscore of like, throw the error. And for everyone who's unfamiliar with this syntax, the underscore just means like anything, right? Anything other than what we've matched on already.
How do I want to do this here? I'm just going to match on the other ones.
I think what Copilot's recommending is there. Like, I think that's it.
Well, we want to pass in the right type, don't we? Like, we don't have any way to know what kind of feature type we matched on here. Like, we don't know if we matched on a, I forget what the other ones are, a gradual, a selective, or a toggle. We could also just not pass in a payload and just say like, hey, this wasn't a value feature type.
Yeah, I'm not sure a payload makes much sense because really, like, we could just say like use the other function in the error, and I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure any like other values matter.
So do you want this to be an error, or do you want to return none? I guess the question is, do you want to return a result, or do you want to return an option? Where if we get a feature other than value, we return none, or we could return a result with an error.
That I'm not sure of. What do you consider more idiomatic in the OCAML system?
I don't know if it would really, I don't know if it's necessarily idiomatic either way. I would say like, is it genuinely an exceptional problem to not pass in, or to pass in a feature of a different, that's not a value?
It would be developer error.
Okay.
Right, so at that point, I think exception, because you want to call it out as soon as possible rather than let it go under the radar, you know?
Okay, then let's return a result rather than an option. So we can go back here, do that.
So MetaMe is saying maybe how I would have done it with Rust. And I don't remember how I did it with Rust.
Well, that should be in the same repo, right?
Yep.
My blind Rust. Source, probably in lib.
So I guess here's the big thing, MetaMe. Right? You don't want to panic in Rust.
So value string returns a result.
Right.
So we will do the same thing.
Okay.
We'll return a result.
Sure. So technically, we'd probably want to do the same thing for the should function then too, right?
It does return a result.
Okay. All right. Yeah. They should actually be
wrapped
consistent.
in a result.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, they should be consistent among each other.
Sweet. Okay. So now we have our result, and we should.
So then technically, hold on, would our value underscore error in the should also be a result.error? On line 103 there, yeah?
What about this? I'm sorry?
So would that need to be a result.error instead of just error?
Okay. This is the error constructor. So result.error is here. Actually, this is going to be easier if I just copy the same line. We do this, and we do result.error, and then these two lines are basically equivalent.
Okay.
This is just a function that like wraps whatever the value is in the error constructor.
Okay.
Like I could have just as easily, I guess I did do this somewhat inconsistent here.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering. I saw the difference between those two lines right next to each other, and I started wondering like if that's an issue.
Yeah, we'll keep it consistent.
Okay.
And we can do that. That looks good. Perfect. Okay. So we get an error there, and we can do the same thing. So what does our value look like on the value?
So it's just going to be result.value, basically, which could be a string, an int, or a float.
Right. Okay. Honestly, we should probably just return that and let the client match on it.
Yeah.
So we did that. Nice and concise. I like it. Let's jump back to here.
Ooh, so hold on, wait. Result.OK value, is that returning the whole feature, though, as a value feature, or is it the feature.value?
This is returning the feature.value. So it'll be a string of string in event.
Okay, cool.
Bool of bool.
Just want to double check that. Cool.
So somewhere in here, we need to check if it's within schedule. So we can basically do the same thing again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that. Throw that in there. If not schedule, then right. This, we should probably return an error, right? In this case.
Yeah. This is where maybe like the default value is necessary. Let me look at how I'm doing it with the Go code, and even like the Rust code would probably help lead us towards that as well.
So we could do something like this. Inactive, well, I don't know if inactive is the right word, but we can return some error there that they can then match on the error type, right? They have all these different errors they could get. And actually right here's a great example of how polymorphic variants work. The type system was able to derive that our other functions, if I remove this line again, and we go look at our type, we see that our errors are environment not found, feature not found, flag not found, whatever else. And it's deriving that from the rest of our code and get feature. So get feature returns these three. Our function right here turns unsupported value type. So the type system's like, okay, I have these three errors, and now I know about this one, which comes from here. Mm-hmm. And when we add this one in, we expand the error type without defining any sort of other type for free. We got that inactive feature in there now. So that's one of the nice benefits of polymorphic variants, but there are definitely some downsides. They're harder to work with. The error messages are harder to read and grok through. Things like that.
Okay.
Is this the right check we want?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Cool. So we'll return that error and we can put it on the client, and they can be like, okay, well, if I got an inactive feature or I got an unsupported value feature type, I can just like default to some default value. Is there anything else we need to do in the value function?
No, I think this works. Yeah, the fact that we have like polymorphism for like the string float int stuff is, yeah, hugely awesome here. Like really simplifies this function.
Yeah, I am really stoked about how some of this stuff is like kind of fallen together here. Well, what's next, I guess?
I think scheduling.
Good old scheduling.
Yeah, good old like times and time zone stuff. So at that point, since we're like, thought like changing, I do need to use the restroom. I'm gonna go pour some more water. And yeah, we can come back and really discuss this. Feel free to chat with chat while I am out and about, and I'll be just one sec. BRB.
Sounds good. What's up, chat? How we doing this lovely Tuesday evening? What's up, Clark? So Vexilla is CM Griffing's tool that he's been working on. It is effectively a static feature flag tool where you can host feature flags on Git services or S3 buckets. Anywhere you can like drop basically a JSON file, you can host your feature flags there. And he has a group of clients or SDKs in different languages to interact with that. And it's all open source. And we're working on writing the OCAML version. Metame says it's cold and you have to do a work release tonight. Oof. That's what happens when you have real users, Meta. Have you tried not having real users? I can't wait to go to a VC-backed startup that has negative revenue again. Spot on. Spot on. Although, I don't know, with I think some of that VC money was a symptom of 0% interest rates. I think there's a lot of zombie companies out there that are still chugging forward on their last raise in like 2021, early 2022.
Okay. So I'm currently regretting the fact that I did not make a pun/reference to the fact that I just used some time to do a P time, and we're about to use a library called P time. So yeah, I'm really bummed on that missed dead joke right there.
We'll pretend you said something really funny and witty before you left, and you can just like edit it out.
There we go. Yeah, just a little like voiceover dub, right? It doesn't need to like actually match what I said, right? It'll be like a really bad old Jackie Chan movie.
Beautiful. I think that's like how every YouTube video should be edited, though.
That'd be really good, actually.
All right, let's get into the fun that is time zones and time. Hopefully this makes it relatively, not terrible.
Yeah, I mean, the time stuff sucks. Like, it really, really does. So, we'll make it work.
All right. Start date.
I would say let's look at either the Go or the Rust or Elixir for these things. I think Go is probably the right one.
Let's cue the lulls in chat.
Exactly.
So we get a start date. We get come on, GitHub. We get a start of start date. So that's the time. End date and end time.
Yeah, we take the day and we zero it out so that we have like the actual start of the start date.
Ah, okay. I see what you did there.
Yep. So like the midnight of it,
So let's try that first. Let's see what we can do.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to say we have it now, which let's pull up the p time docs.
So I see your kappa there, MetaMe, but also I have not implemented the actual like scheduling functions in PHP yet. So we can't even use that as a reference yet.
Doesn't PHP have like pattern matching now and stuff?
Ooh, so no, I have to use PHP 7.4 for like 90% compatibility with WordPress and PHP ecosystems. So I don't get that yet.
Gotcha. Well, now it sounds like you need to write like a transpiler.
There is one that exists, but I don't know. It just didn't feel right.
I say that in jest, for sure.
There is one though. There is a transpiler for modern PHP to older PHP. So could be done, but I'm not familiar with it. I haven't used it before, so I'm going to be the Luddite just a slight bit and use just, raw PHP for it.
All right. I guess we need to match on our schedule type first.
Yep.
So match schedule type with keep that true. And we have I probably have to open the package here.
Probably.
So this is a place where like what I was talking about earlier with normal variants is you have to namespace them.
Mm-hmm.
So like if I want to match on schedule, I'd have to do, what is this, empty? So we'd have to do something like that. The other option is we can open it. So we could say let open, which is what I'm going to do.
Right. Just save like the types dot boilerplate.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. If that were a polymorphic variant, we could just do this and not even have that, and it'd be really happy. But I don't think this is a good place for a polymorph variant.
Sure.
So if it's empty, we just return true. Easy.
Yep.
If we match on global, let's just get all of these in quick and we can, yes, I know I don't have my matches. Can I? Nah, I was hoping that I could get autocomplete to fill out the rest of it.
That would have been kind of cool.
And the last one daily?
No, this one's environment.
Environment?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. And we'll say that's true. Okay. So if we're global.
So here's something that's interesting. Global and environment are actually the same because we're passing the schedule in from the feature itself, and it's more about like that part's already been figured out for us. So global and environment are going to end up having the same like branch of logic.
Okay, so we can do our catch-all here. Oops, I guess we don't want to knock it there. Let me just get some code in here to help formatting. Okay. So then
So here's a quick question. Would it make sense at some point to just have like the catch-all be false? And then, if we end up implementing another schedule type, like what is the code change that we'd have to do?
If you add another code type, well, right now it would just catch everything. So we could do...
Right. So like what I was wondering is, could we handle global and environment like explicitly? And then, if someone mangles the JSON data or we create a new one and they haven't updated their client, we can at least like opt them towards older. But I guess it would probably still be an error because like the SDK is like strongly typed at this point.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to show you. So if we match, I actually do kind of like that idea on explicitly matching on them. And we can do it this way, because if we go in and we were to add like another schedule type, cat dog, we would get an error that this isn't exhaustive anymore. And we would have to come in and handle it.
Right. Okay. I kind of like that.
Cool. Then we will do it this way.
Cool.
All right. So our logic now is we've ended up in our global. Oh, I see you do have like the same thing right there.
Mm-hmm.
So the start date is going to be, let's call this start date. And that will be on our schedule. And our schedule has a start.
Yep.
And then what do we do with this?
We want to turn it. So start itself is going to be a Unix millisecond timestamp.
Okay, let's go back and use our, let's change our types to use the ptime type.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with u.t.
Ooh, no. So start is literally like the Unix timestamp, like from the data we're going to get from the JSON.
Yeah. Ptime handle, that's like a valid ptime, is a Unix timestamp.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind.
I think. I'm almost positive that's how I was using it.
Sure.
Over here, wherever that was.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me, actually. Like even like a JavaScript Unix timestamp would be fine because it's just like an int.
We might have to do some conversion.
Okay.
Yeah, we might have to do some conversion then.
Okay.
Let's see here. Consult the basics. Sure. Send me to the basics. Seconds since the epoch. Okay. Doesn't count.
So yeah, no leap seconds. It's broken. Don't use it. I'm kidding.
See ya, Bignosa. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. It's Bignosa. It's a reference to Nick Bosa, the football player.
Ah, I don't know who that is, if we're being honest.
No worries. I believe he's like a righter left end. He's like a defensive end for the San Francisco 49ers.
Gotcha.
I think he has a brother in the NFL as well. I forget what their name is, though. And yeah, Bick is saying best player ever. We'll see. Like, he's got to compete with like Bruce Smith and some of those other like amazing defensive ends. So he's got some catching up to do. All right.
Let's see here.
So yeah, no worries, Bick Nosa. Have a good night.
The type for picosecond precision.
Oh.
POSIX timestamps in the range min-max. Always on UTC time. So we have an epoch. What is a span? The duration between two timestamps. Okay, that could be a useful type.
So span is a duration. So yeah, a lot of the languages and frameworks I've used for time have the idea of a duration, which is just like the time between like two times, right? So yeah. In the past, I've needed to create a duration to add to certain times, right? So if I wanted to add 3 days to a timestamp, I would actually create a duration of those 3 days.
Lando Norris. It's a joke because I know nothing of sports and racing. I am very into F1.
Oh, yeah. So Ricky, we are working on the OCAML SDK for Vexilla, my static file-based feature flag tool, which is awesome.
Oh, we have some nice predicates here. Is earlier, is later.
Yeah, we'll end up needing some of those for sure. We're gonna need like an is between at some point maybe, but again, like we could just combine is earlier and is later together to do the same thing.
You can get dates. How do I actually just like use this thing? Timestamp. Conversions. I don't know what RFC 3339 is. Anyone know what that RFC is off the top of your head? Am I not going to be RFC?
3339? I don't remember that one whatsoever.
Date and time on the internet. Okay. That's what that is.
All right.
All right. Let's go to the basics here. How do I just make a... So we have a UTC function. Okay. Let's just see.
Is there not like a good like from Unix type function?
That's what I was looking for.
Okay, because that's what Elixir ships with on like the Timex library. That's really nice.
Vexilla, we're going to jump into UTOP. Right, because I already have our build going. Let's kill that. We can close that. Jump up here, over here, do that now. All right. We should have access to p time. Yeah. So let x equals p time. Well, I know I can make one using this. So we have x now, which is a p time. What do we have on the actual p time? Let y equals hey, those are some really nice predicates. Can I buy you a drink? So we can do of date. We can do of float s, of RFC 3339, of span, and of year. I wonder if of float s is basically a Unix time float in seconds, and we can just multiply that by 1,000 to get to milliseconds.
So I feel like of float s would take in seconds.
Right. And then we
would have to divide the thing.
Well, yeah. I see what you're saying.
1,000,
that's
right?
assuming, yeah. Right. So of float. Let me get you know what the we have our time now. Can I print that? P time. Can I do to string? To float. Here we can actually see what this gives us. To float s, and we can give it x probably. So that looks like a Unix timestamp. That's probably what we want to work with.
That looks like the seconds version. Yeah, like the proper
Right,
Unix.
right.
Yep. JS time would be that times 1,000.
Yes. Okay. That's good to know. So we're going to want to work with the to float and of float s. Okay.
Interesting to me that they don't allow you to do like precision with those functions. But I mean, it makes sense. You can just multiply it. So not a big deal.
Okay. And we want to, let me quit out of this buffer here. The start date, you probably want to turn this into, is this an option? It is an option. What do you do in your code? Can start be,
start should be 0 if it's not there. But maybe that's something I need to fix.
So the start date would just be like the Unix epoch or whatever?
Yes. Yeah. So technically, no. Start date there is like the date object that Go would operate with. So I'm turning the JavaScript timestamp, which is Unix milli, into a proper like time object within, like their date time object.
What happens if this is nil?
At this point, it shouldn't be. So we may have like mistyped this.
Okay. That is good to know. So let's not make this a p time, I guess.
Oh, because p time could actually be an option, right? Or something. Hold on. What is like the p time t and then option after?
So it is an option that if it is a sum value, it will be a p time t, which I don't know if we actually want to use a p time if we want your clients to be passing in what's it called?
I think I'm going to
Milliseconds rather than
dictate
seconds.
from here that like, yes, it always returns a schedule. So I don't need to make the schedule like nullable or like undefined anymore. And at this point, like it's no longer an option. It's just an int64. It could be 0, but that's not a problem.
Okay. And they should be stored in milliseconds, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we could handle that conversion at the deserialization boundary, or we could just have it typed as an int64, and when we need to operate on the type, we can do our own like internal conversions. I'm kind of indifferent.
Yeah, I'm also completely indifferent. I think let's try and do what's idiomatic, what you think the ecosystem would prefer, right? Like other developers consuming it, etc.
I do like the idea of typing it as the p time because it just like is a little bit more explicit about what it is.
Sure. Yeah, I like that.
All right, let's operate under the assumption. I'm actually going to write a note here. I'll add a little to do.
I'm curious, what's with the underscore at the end of end?
I believe end is a reserved word.
Oh.
Yeah, see down here.
Aha. Interesting.
We could also do, I sometimes use a backtick too, rather than an underscore. In fact, I prefer that a lot of the time.
Okay, sure. Like either one works. Interesting. I didn't realize. Yeah, like in Elixir, end is also a reserved keyword. But I can still like, I think I can still like have like something dot end, which is interesting. I'm going to have to verify that. Technically, in Elixir, I don't have types, so maybe that's why that's not an issue for me.
Okay. Yeah, okay. We have that note there, and we can probably do the same thing on this. Whoops. P-time.t.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. All right, so now we have a p-time to work with, and that should no longer be an option. Do we save everything? Oh, it's because we're not building. And we can collapse that. This should be, yep, okay. And now we want to say start of the day. So let's see if we can take this and date and time, weekdays. So we can get this to a date. I think we can do like, actually we could probably do this to p time to date. Cool. So that should actually return us, I think we would technically have year, month, day here. Yeah. Okay. So we just got a year, a month, and a day. We can also get the time.
Hey.
What's up?
Do you want a glass of wine?
Sure. I'll take a glass of wine.
Okay. Can I hang out in here?
Yeah, you can hang out here.
I'm just gonna read.
Okay, yeah. It's totally fun. Hell yeah, I'll take some wine.
Yeah, wine
Does it
time.
matter what kind?
What?
Doesn't matter what kind, or just whatever I want to drink.
Whatever you want to drink. You pick. Okay, so we have year, month, day. Cool. And we can also get our, well, it looks like we can probably construct another, well, I guess that's all we really need, right? Like that effectively gives us the start of the day. Like we can implicitly just be like, we have 0, 0, 0. So I wonder if we can do, let's start of day, start day. I don't know. Start date, whatever. And let's say p time. Look at that. Look at that. That ain't too shabby. In
Okay.
in
And that will
fact,
definitely give us like the midnight time of that day.
we can check in Utah.
Sure.
So let's do. So we have today already. That's X. So let's just say let today equals X. Syntax error. We have X, right? Yeah. Why did that not work? Equals X. There we go. And then we want to get the date. So let's say today, or we already said, let's say year, month, day equals ptime dot to date. And we're passing today. 2023, 10/18. Yes.
So hold on. Why the double semicolons?
So that's like just a UTOP thing. That's
Okay.
like in the REPL, it's like the I am done with this expression.
Oh, so that you could do
Evaluate
like
it.
multi-line expressions if you wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So then
Like
let's
have it evaluate
reconstruct
multiple lines. Okay. Got it. Cool.
Start of today should be although this is in UTC, so it's technically the 18th, I guess.
Right. Yeah. That's fine. Totally fine.
Ptime dot, what is it, of date, and then we'll say of date. We'll say year, month, day. And that's an option, that's fine. I need to figure out how to print. Pretty printing, human format. Sure. All right. I am still working on figuring out all the conventions with how OCAML does pretty printing. So I'm going to give this my best shot here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do let underscore equals ptime dot pp human. We pass a unit. It's a weird convention, but sure. A formatter, and we should be able to do format that PR prints the standard out, I think. And then a T, which is start of today. And then returns a unit. Oh, you poured red wine? I was not expecting you to pour red wine.
You told her whatever she wanted.
Well, she doesn't love red wine. That's why I was expecting white wine.
She did it for you.
The bottle that Nick and Fred got for us, so it was all in French. I have no idea what kind it even is.
It is a red wine straight from France. Cheers. Cheers, everybody.
Yeah, cheers to her as well.
Very good.
You chilled it though?
They had it chilled.
Oh, they had it chilled.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And they're wine people.
All right.
Yeah, I got it chilled, okay?
I like that Penn and Teller's bullshit where they actually have like a chilled red versus a white wine and like sommeliers couldn't tell the difference.
Classic sommelier. I feel like sommelier is like the same kind of deal as being a meteorologist where like totally fine with being wrong like 90% of the time.
Yep. As long as you're confident, you're good to go.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to ask ChatGPT on how to use this.
Sure.
Because I get So this expression has type a formatter unit format. This always trips me up. Do I need that unit? All right, we're just gonna ask ChatGPT. OCaml has the benefit of being like a older language, so like ChatGPT does relatively okay some of the time.
Okay, nice.
Like once you start working with like polymorphic variants and like the module system in depth, it gets a little confused. But like the basics, ChatGPT has been clutch for learning OCaml.
Okay. I had a really good use case for ChatGPT earlier. There was a really, really long Paul Graham blog post, brand new one, which was awesome. But it was a little longer than I wanted, so I had it sum it up for me, and it was still like a good like 3 or 4 paragraphs, but it was still like maybe half the length of the original article.
I totally do that. Yeah, I use it to summarize all the time. And it's really good at it too.
Yeah, that was awesome. Like it actually like verbatim like copied some of the stuff within the text, but even then like that was fine. Like no big deal. It still summed it up really nicely. So I might actually start using ChatGPT for that at some point.
Sure. Oh, it uses that as the formatter? Here is the function definition. Interesting. Yeah. Yep.
So Ion here is saying OCaml gives them intro to programming lecture PTSD. All right, they had to learn SML. Huh. Okay. That sounds like an awful intro to programming language, personally.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so we'll say FMT, and we'll say print, and we'll say, I don't know, today, I guess, start of today. And then we'll say %A. Yeah, and then we say p time pp human.
At least it's not the other way around.
I love that convention in OCaml.
At least it's not human pp, okay?
We could make an alias.
Of course. The degen version of OCaml. Nailed it. Oh shit. Degen ML. Right? Boom. That'd be so good.
We need to do one other thing here. We need to say option.get.
And real quick, Ion saying, yeah, it was used to weed out students in the first year, and I think that is a terrible fucking technique for a school to have. Why are you weeding people out in the first fucking class? Like, dude, that is just the worst. That's a bad school. That's a bad teacher.
100% agree.
It is gatekeeping, like literally. Like, holy shit, dude. Oh, that's the worst. All right, so I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Ion. But yeah, such is life, right? Yeah, nothing's perfect.
So this is our pretty printed string, our PP human string.
And it does give us the 0 zeros. All right, perfect. Yeah, thank you for double checking that with us. I had to be sure. I was unsure.
Yeah, no, that was good for me to learn too, because like I said, I use P time in a couple other places, and I will inevitably have to more. And also learning how to use this pretty printer, which that's what PP stands for, pretty printer. If chat wasn't following that.
Yeah. I did not know either. All right, that makes more sense. Okay.
So we've got, we can actually do this a little bit more clever here. We can say this will be schedule.start, and we'll pipe that into peaktime.toDate, and then we'll just convert it right back. ToDate, update, Oh, we don't need that. Deletes around that.
Hold on. Is this doing the PP thing as well?
No, we don't have to do that. That was just to verify
yeah,
that
just
the
to like
output was.
validate. Okay, double checking. Like I just couldn't see
Okay.
it because like the text was going off screen.
So I'll add a little comment here to explain what's happening here. Convert to and from a date to zero out the time to the beginning of day. Okay, so we have our start of the start date. And then we want to get end date. And we can say let end of end date. And that will be schedule dot end. However, we need to do something more like it's almost like we want like a of date and time rather than just date. Of date time. Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So how does that work? That takes a date and a time tuple. All right. I like that. I can work with that. So we'll come in here and we'll say function, and we'll get our date. Pipe that over. Let me see if I can get some better formatting here. Okay. And then we're going to say update time, and that takes the date. So it'll be date, and then we want that has to be relatively close. What does our time type look like? Int by a time zone offset. What does that look like? Which is an int. I wonder if the library has a so let's try making a time type. What is this subset about? There we go. And we can do that. Ignore that for now. So let's say like let time equals ptime dot. So it's an int. TZ offset defaults to 0, e.g. UTC. Okay. So if we type this as a ptime dot time, and we say it's equal to 23, 59, 59, and that's going to be inside another tuple, 0. Okay. Wonder if it has like a exported value for UTC.
Just like a const or something, like a
constant.
Even? Okay, cool.
Time zones, int. Looks like there might be.
I'll say real quick, if your partner wants to join in some way, like totally welcome.
She's back reading a book.
Okay, cool. Just double checking. Just want to make sure that she's not feeling left out.
Huh?
You're not feeling left out, Justine? She said no.
Okay, cool. Just double check.
Yeah, she'll periodically come jump in a chat on Twitch.
Sounds good.
So is there a UTC? P time UTC. Nope.
So Kyle mentioned J. Cole. Is that a bit of doxing right there? I can delete if so.
No.
Okay.
No, that's she goes by J. Cole because her name's Justine Colgrove.
Okay. As long as she's okay with that being out there. She hangs out in your chat, I assume.
Let's see here. Okay. It doesn't look like they export one, so if we want, we can eventually make it constant, but I feel comfortable that that's gonna be good there. So I'm gonna yank around there, and we're gonna uncomment that again, and we'll take this, paste that in. I think we have extra parens that we don't need. All right, what do we got wrong here? This function has, so that's a p time date. This function has type, it's an option.
No.
That's awesome. Right? Like, we'd benefit from the commentary if she ever wants to join. Totally like optional.
Chris says you're welcome to join stream anytime. Justine.
I don't know who Chris is.
He's who I'm streaming with.
Oh, Chris, remind him every Tuesday to take the trash out when he's done.
I did so last time. She can't hear me
He did-
saying
he
that,
did
but I
last
did.
time.
Did he?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I like Chris.
Fun x to x. All right. So toDate returns a option. So we're gonna have to map on that. I just have to nail the syntax here. toDate, and we get an option. Right. So let's back this up a little bit here. It should be a, I guess it doesn't give us a date. Or not an option, I should say. It gives us that. And then we went to, what was the problem before? We get our function, that should be our date. We just return it. Time date. Okay. And we want to what am I doing wrong here? Chat, date, and then we have our
Chat
that
TTV.
one.
That's another thing too. No big deal.
This expression has int. This is not a function, cannot be applied. Is that a reserved word?
Ooh, Metame is saying like he could list many things. Don't be a jerk about it. But yeah, like, what do you think? What's the deal, Metame? Like, what's going wrong?
I missed a comma. Classic comma.
Comma, chameleon.
All right, so that should be the end of our date. And that is a option. So what should we do in the case that that is a none? Which that should never happen, but like, let's say this returns, something goes wrong in this update time. Yeah, what do we do? I guess this is probably an option too. These are both options.
Yeah, so if it fails to resolve, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe just throw?
Return like an error, like an invalid date.
Yeah.
All right, so we can then say option.toResult, and we can say none will be invalidate, I guess. And we can pass in what they gave us, which will be schedule.start, I guess. So that should be our result now. Yep. Cool. And we can
Yeah, that works.
open syntax, and then open our let. And then we combine that, and we can do that. P10, good. I guess we have to say, okay, true. Okay, and we'll do the same thing here. And we'll just pipe that into, yep.
All right, so just as a reminder for me and chat, mainly me, the let at simply like bubbles up the non-proper return type, right? Like the non good result. Okay.
I think it's similar to what like maybe, I don't think it's quite the same as unwrap in Rust. It's like when you do like promise.await in JavaScript.
So in Rust, you can do like something like question mark at the end, and it does the same thing. It'll bubble up like the non-proper result.
Gotcha. Yeah. So basically, like if the value from this expression is an error type, it's going to automatically return from this scope here, and effectively this whole function with a result of an error. Otherwise, it will bind the okay value to this variable here.
Okay. And just as like a clarification, in Rust, doing an unwrap would actually panic if it's not like a good result, right? And we don't want to panic. Right? We just want to like bubble it up. It's almost like bubbling up the error via try catch or something like that, but it's a cleaner syntax, in my opinion.
Yeah, although I wouldn't necessarily compare it to try catch because it forces the caller to deal with it immediately.
Right. Like if you wanted to prevent a panic, right? At the end of the day, if you have functions that allow panics or like, whatever, you still need to catch them at the top, right? To prevent your entire application from panicking.
Right.
So in Rust, it's the same thing, right? You'd end up getting a result, and if you don't properly handle the cases, like, your application will panic. So, yeah, I think it makes sense. Real quick, Checkman, please, English only? I guess that is English, but barely. Yeah, barely. But okay. Yeah. So how you doing, Check? And hey, Tech Savvy Travy, Mr. Sir, thank you for the 6 months, man. But barely. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Dude, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you didn't take my my tweeting like responses and stuff in any negative way. Like, I've had that happen more often than I like. Maybe I need to work on my phrasing or something. But yeah, I feel like I come across more harsh than I should in my comments on Twitter. So I'm sorry for that if you felt that. Like, there was no offense, no like any like major issues or whatever. I was just simply like chiming in on a thing I saw. So yeah, just you're busy. That's all. Perfect. Just as long as you didn't take any offense. I have that problem. Phrasing is still a thing. Well, on Twitter, there's no such thing as tone. So it's like tough, So I get it. And yeah, Ion Tichy, yes, we are still doing phrasing. I responded to a comment that Ken Wheeler made earlier today with, hold on, is phrasing still a thing? Because, hold on, this is like a really fun like bit of phrasing. Let me go look at my replies. This is a good one. Someone asked, are there any good new shows on Netflix? And then Lil Uzi Perf, a.k.a. Ken Wheeler, replied, that fucking Usher house show is amazing. And I replied, is phrasing still a thing? My first thought was, they do what to Usher on a house show? So yeah, that's a fun one. I got to use that reference earlier today. So, hell yeah. Got him! And Ken Wheeler liked it like immediately. Like this. So that's how I know it was a really good joke.
Got him.
Got him.
So here we're testing if now is after the start date, or if now is not after the start date, meaning it's before, or it now is before the end of the end date, or it's not. Oh gosh, I might invert these.
Go for it. Yeah, totally fine.
So we just want to check that the now is in between the bounds, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Cool. If p time dot is later, now and end of end date. Is it or? Can I do an or like this? I don't even know if I've ever done an or in OCaml.
Oh, really? Interesting.
I
Wow.
don't know.
And yeah, Tech Savvy Travie, you're going to be at TwitchCon, right? Like, dude, I'm so pumped to hang out with you at TwitchCon. I'll have the whiskey in me, so don't judge me too harshly.
Okay, is later than. Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Metame, you're not wrong, right? Like, this weekend, Tech Twitch is going to be really lonely. Like, really lonely. There's going to be some people. I don't think Lana typically goes to TwitchCon, so, you know, she'll be streaming, I think.
Well, don't worry, chat. Me and Meta will hold down the fort this weekend.
There you go. There you go.
You can watch both of us write subpar OCaml and Rust.
I feel like I just heard your partner chime in like, whoa, 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 whoa. Right?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Just saying. Whoa now, don't volunteer your whole weekend there. That was nicely done.
She is the boss lady.
Damn right.
I'm right.
She said the same thing.
Right at the same time as you.
That was so synchronized. That was amazing. Oh, that's good. Oh, Boke, you owe me a Coke. Oh, that's amazing. Jinx 1, 2, 3 or whatever, right? Like, oh man. Whew.
That's so funny. Okay, let's see here. I guess I could probably. You want to listen, Gypsy? I can take off my headphones because I don't have music playing. Would that interrupt your reading? Okay, I'll leave my headphones on.
Thanks.
The book's important, okay? Damn.
It is. She goes through books like it's nobody's business.
Oh, nice.
Okay, is this logic right? So if now is earlier than the start date, actually, like I kind of like the readability of this. Like, check this out. If we do that, we can. So this is correct,
I like that. I'm gonna try this. Oh, I hate it. Let's undo. Like that was good.
Sometimes you just gotta play around with it, right? Figure out where the vibes are.
Yeah, figure out the vibes.
Okay. If is earlier t than is true.
And real quick, directrix. No, not a shared buffer. We could set that up at some point, but it seemed like a lot of work to do it within NeoVim and like the live share like plugin that's available. I forget the name of it. We tried to do it via VS Code, and the terminal was cursed, so we couldn't use it via VS Code. But honestly, like it would be worth trying out at some point to try like the the NeoVim live share. Could be worth it.
Meta, I just I sent Justine that clip.
Nice.
I do have somebody in my chat working on setting up a instant Vim server. I don't know where he got to. I don't know if Rond is still in there, but I know Rond was working on playing around with that. So potentially we might be able to. We'll see where that gets to.
Hell yeah.
All right. So this logic is correct. So we got that. Now we want to deal with start time and end time. Okay. Time, Unix, milliseconds. Damn it.
See, I just finished my Four Roses ball. I gotta finish it before a vacation because that stuff might go bad, right? Just
Yeah,
kidding.
you can't let it sit for too long.
Yeah. Bourbon goes bad, right?
Very quickly.
Yeah, obviously.
Start.
I'm also like preventing myself from buying like potatoes and things like that that'll totally like grow feet and like, go bad while I'm gone.
How long is TwitchCon?
It's like 5 days where like, yeah, like the potatoes are probably fine, but still, why get potatoes that are gonna age for a whole 5 days and then I can like eat them again? Like, or I could just wait and buy potatoes after, Yeah. It's science.
Yeah, complete science. Okay, so you have 3 different time types. Yeah.
Ooh, so we got someone, Joseph Adamita. Could you drop your dot files again, and I can paste them over for Joseph?
Yeah, I totally can do
Yeah, he's
that.
over on the YouTube, so don't worry about that. Like, I'll just copy and paste for him.
I don't know how Twitch works, but I just followed Chris.
His handle is CM Griffin.
I have it from the clip you sent me.
Oh, gotcha.
Come on, I'm better than that.
The bottle noise? Damn right. The bottle noise is damn proper. Borderline ASMR.
What is our time type? Start, end? Aha. Can't is a strong word.
Oh, +1. Yeah, touche. Can't is just a word. That's the way to phrase that. Like, that's just a word.
So if we get our start end time type, we want to...
Real quick, hold on. J. Cole, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you.
That is Justine.
I know. I assumed. I know.
Yep.
Like, I should have done, like, the wink and, like, the tap the nose kind of thing. Boom, nailed it.
He says thank you for the follow, Justine.
He is so welcome.
I heard that. Thank you. For
I
sure.
don't know if it means anything.
All right, what is this logic doing here? Oh, God, freaking GitHub. Stop it. I've got skill issues with using the GitHub editor.
Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, you could actually opt for, like, the raw, but then you don't get, like, syntax highlighting, which sucks.
So we're saying is after start date time. So now is our timestamp. And we do time.date and start date, start time. The start time is that other field. We have a start time, right? Okay. So we can construct a p time, right? With that.
Yep. Yeah, so we need to construct like this whole like it may be easier to create it separately from like the whole like after part. So then you're just creating a time from the amalgamation of the start date and the start time.
Yeah, so we almost want a, what do we want here? Can I just turn this to a, what do we want? Yeah, no, I can do this here. Do we do the same thing in the next one?
The next one is slightly
No.
different. We're going to take like
Okay.
today with the current time and like current whatever.
So we want to do of date and time. And that's going to take a date, which we have the start of the start date. So we can take that. That would be the first part of our start of the start date. And then we have our other thing, which will be, I'm just going to do zeros for now to get the editor happy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make this bigger. in. All right, what did we do wrong here? Expression as type ptime.t, but an expression was expected of ptime date. Oh, okay, that's okay. So we can do ptime dot to date.
Oh, interesting.
So that gets us our option. Right, everything's good there. This is just unused. Yes, I know I don't have. Let's just match on that and we'll say fail with to do. Right. That's incorrect syntax. We'll just say okay, true for now. Where is that coming from? Sure. Why didn't that delete? Okay. Are we type checked? Yes, we are. Cool. All right. So now we have our start, and we want to go down here, and we want to take our time, and we want to say let start time equals schedule. So it's going to be ptime dot to date time.
So is there no way to define that elsewhere? Because the time is going to be necessary for both, technically, right? For like the, you know, the time type that is start end as well as daily.
Yeah, we can throw it right here. And that will give us access into the scopes below. And
Okay,
all the
right?
branches.
And I think I'm doing that with the Go code. Maybe. I'm gonna have
So
to go
we
look now.
can say that's an underscore, and that will be our time. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So I totally defined start time and end time like before even the switch statement. But here, I think we're probably good.
Cool. That looks good there. Okay. So that gets us our option, and we can do the same thing as before, where we'll pipe that into option.toResult. Okay, and then we do a check.
Hold on, let me shout out some follows real quick. So we called out J. Cole, Alt Control SPR. Thank you for the follow, as well as Plus One Network and Dub I. Thank you for the follows. Welcome.
Welcome, y'all. Oh, camel, my camel.
Damn right.
So we are going to do a check that let is after start date time equals p time dot is later. My thing is all, my virtual text is all janked up. Now then will be start, and this will be now. Yeah. Okay. That's good. And we're going to do the same thing. Might as well just do let at end equals, can Copilot come through? Start time, oh, we need our end time. And that'll be end time. What plugin is used for the ligatures? It is not a plugin, it's my font. I use Dank Mono. which I will throw in chat.
Oh, it's on Gumroad. Does the dude like charge money for it?
Yeah, yep.
Ah, okay.
So Dank Mono was made by one of my former coworkers at Formidable, Phil Pluxoon. I'm sure I butchered his last name, but I believe he's the person behind Style Components. And also he is like one of the driving forces on Urkel nowadays.
Oh, Urkel is super cool. And does he still work at Formidable?
No, he went to GraphQL Guild a couple years ago, and I think he's still there.
Okay, because Urkel is like very GraphQL focused, but there's a company around GraphQL?
I believe so. At least there was. So Urkel is the GraphQL client.
Yep. Yeah, consider it as a competitor to something like Apollo.
Yeah, exactly.
Fun story around how Apollo started. It was started by the Meteor team because Meteor needed to consume stuff from all sorts of other places to bring it into their like reactive system and all that stuff. And Evan Yu actually used to work on the abstractions around like the GraphQL and some of that stuff for Meteor, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, like Apollo ended up eclipsing the usefulness of Meteor, and I think they spun it out into its own thing specifically for that reason, because it's more useful than Meteor itself.
All right, where is my syntax error? P time, date, comma, end time. That's good. Option to result, none.
Yeah, the biggest thing around like why Evan Yu started Vue itself is because he was working at, I believe, Apollo, possibly Meteor, and felt like he didn't have any say over what he did, and he wanted to work on something that he had control over, and that's where like Vue was born from, which is kind of cool, like kind of magical.
And is a reserved word. That is why.
Oh, right. Ah, damn it. Stupid reserved words.
Is that the right logic that we want, I'm assuming, without opening up GitHub? Is after start date and is before end date?
Yeah, both those combined together is true. Yes.
Okay. And then we'll just return okay is after.
Ooh, so +1 real quick is asking what digital audio workstation do I use? It's a mix of FL Studio for sequencing, and then I use Sonar for like the broader scope of like recording like loops and stuff like that. And then after I've gotten the loops recorded and then sequence them with FL Studio, I might bring that whole thing in and then record like a verse and a like the chorus like as like contiguous things versus like loop based. So I do a mixture of both. I like it because technically like a lot of my songs don't even get to the last step of recording like a full verse and a full chorus, like, you know, separately. But without doing that last step, it does feel a bit robotic. So yeah, like FL Studio for like the sequencing and possibly even like some of the, like the VSTs on like, you know, some of the you know, synthesizer bullshit. But eventually I'll put it into Sonar if I want to make it like proper. Like at the end as well. Besides just like the loop recording. Anyway, no big deal.
To raise my desk quick.
Go for it. Yeah, take your time.
Hodl chat. Hodl.
Can you say real words?
Yeah, I did. Okay.
I don't think you said a real word.
Hodl's a real word.
Yeah. Sonar like fills in the void of Pro Tools. I use Sonar to like Sonar has a really good like looping recording thing to where I can like spec out like 2 bars at a certain tempo, and I record within those bars to make a loop, and I bring that loop into FL Studio to decide like how the song structure should go. And then from there, I'll take the entire recorded like song structure with the drums and all that, and then start recording like the entire like guitar riff for like a whole chorus and then a whole verse. So
that's
like
wild.
the last step is to like eliminate the robotic nature of like the repeated loops. I haven't gotten to that step with a lot of songs because the repeated loops actually are good enough for a lot of things.
I don't have a musical bone in my body.
You could though. Like it's actually so easy.
I played a little bit of bass guitar in high school just to jam in a band and play Motley Crue and AC/DC in my friend's basement back in the day.
That sounds awesome. Have I looked into Bitwig? No. Basically, the only thing that solves like the exact use case and like the way I do things is Sonar. I think maybe Ableton could do it, but I'm unfamiliar with their UI and the interface, and it'd take a whole bunch of time to make me do so. And yeah, music production is just test-driven development with your ears. Yeah, I agree with that 1000%.
That is a great statement.
If you like music, you can make music at this point. It's that magical, right? The software and tools out there available to us. If you actually like music and enjoy music, you can make your own. I've met people who are like, I don't fucking know. Music is music. And that person will never make music. If you enjoy music and you can appreciate what you like about one song versus another, you could make music. It's really cool.
So, how does the daily schedule work?
So daily is, like, think about it this way. With the other one, the start end version, the start time is the time that you set and the start date combined together. And then the end is the end date you set and the end time combined together. Whereas with a daily, it's, well, if I set 9 to 5, it is whatever's within like the start and end of like the days. And then within those days, if I'm within the start time and end time on the days within that range.
Okay. So we can get...
So the gist is if I wanted to release within a certain set of hours within the entire range that I have.
Gotcha. Okay. And what does 0 day, when you pass it as 0 here, is this?
So 0 day is meant to represent the 0 timestamp because our hours are going to be a plus or a minus from that time, basically. And this is mostly due to the fact that we have to worry about like UTC, and our start time might be negative based upon UTC. And then our end time might be positive based upon UTC, right? So we don't necessarily know, and we need to end up doing like additive stuff from the 0 day to actually figure out what time we care about and some other stuff. Like really, I don't think what we're doing with date time is exactly right because we end up having issues based upon when UTC rolls over to the next day. And there's something we got to fix. But I think if we obey what we're doing consistently within the SDKs, then fixing it is just updating what the other SDKs do.
I see. Okay. So
Siri here. Let me know if I can help.
I did not say okay, Siri.
I just heard that. That's fun. Nice.
Okay, so we have a now timestamp. Let's get this today 0 timestamp.
Mm-hmm. I really do think the 0 timestamp is going to be needed too at some point. Right, like the 0 day.
Unix milli. And that doesn't just go to the epoch, the Unix epoch?
Today 0 timestamp is, yeah, I think so. 0 day is basically like the epoch of like 0, right? And the whole reason is like today at a specific time, or even like 0 day at a specific time, could be negative. And we're going to be doing like an add of like the milliseconds or seconds like between today and now. So like maybe scroll down a bit and see how we use 0 day.
So like what will the year be here?
So 0 day year is 1970 or whatever, right?
Okay, so it is the epoch. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That's where I was confused.
Okay, my bad.
So
I wasn't understanding your question. My bad.
Sorry. I think we have a value exported. Yeah, we have a constant for the epoch. So we have a 0 day.
Okay. Oh, that's even cooler. Yeah, that's nice.
Okay, so let's make, oh my goodness.
Damn it. GitHub. Right, just disable all like on click handlers for that site and you might be good. Is that like a good extension to make?
Honestly, or I just like disable JavaScript right now.
There you go. That could work too. Yeah. I've never seen GitHub without JavaScript. I assume it works, but yeah, never seen it.
I don't know if I'd make that same bet.
Yeah, I don't know either, but whatever. It's fine.
Okay, so we want to go to date. Yep. Today, hold on. P clock now. Do we use now ever again down here? No, we don't. Oh, yeah, we do. Okay, we want to keep that. Okay.
Yeah, we want to make sure we're within the range still.
Okay, and of course, this is never going to error, but we have to handle it anyways. Option dot to results, none will be invalid date, and it will be now.
So I do want to throw this out there just for you, just in case. If there's a moment at which you think we have a good stopping point, I know you're like kind of reaching, you know, the end of the range that you're available for. If there's something where like, hey, this is a good point to leave off at, we can totally do so.
I think getting through the daily would probably be a pretty good spot.
Okay.
We actually got like a good bit of work done tonight.
We really did. Like the time zone stuff is tricky, like really gnarly.
So if we do let at, okay, sure. Let's just say, okay, true. Make the type system happy. Yep. So we have now our zeroed out. We're doing this a lot. I might even make like a helper function before next week that wraps, or like a module that wraps p time, and just add some utility functions on there to make some of this even easier.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
We're just doing this conversion a lot, several times to basically zero it out.
Sure.
Okay, so we have that. Pump this back over. So we have this piece, and now we want to do zeroed start time stamp. And we'll say let at, just gonna underscore that for now. And we want to do p time dot of date time. And it's going to be the 0 day. That's epoch, right? So we can do p time dot date, p time dot epoch, and then we want start time. Where does start time come from? Is that a parameter on the schedule? Or that's that thing up here. We have, yeah, okay.
Yeah. We created like a date time from it. At least in like the Go code.
To date, is that what we want? That's pretty cool. That feels. Does this return an option? Probably. Yeah. Guess we'll just say start time. No.
Wow, yeah, that's really cool that you can do like the to date of just like combining those things.
Yeah, I like it. I haven't used p-time that much until now, and I'm actually liking the patterns a good bit here. This is really nice.
Yeah, that's really cool. So ninth tree or ninth tree, I'm guessing based on the name, they have a minor syntax thing they want to comment about. Like, feel free. This is a good moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what's the issue that you're not liking about the syntax there? I was worried I was out of whiskey. Let me see if there's anything left in this flask.
If it makes you feel better, I am out of wine.
Ah, okay.
If you pour yourself more, I'll drink another one. More wine it is, chat.
Wine time! Primogen style.
Oh, that is a good point. So, we can do a local module open to make some of these a bit nicer. Thank you.
Okay. I get that.
We don't have to. Where would it make sense?
Right, like the
Somewhere
open
like,
option stuff or whatever.
Yeah, so we could do like p time, and then we could jump to the end of this line.
Okay. If I was like doing my mainstream stuff, I would probably push back on that being a nitpick. But I get that. Like, you know, it could be better. Makes sense.
So you can do stuff like that. We can do that. Yeah.
So I would simply say I actually kind of like the idea of the namespace when it comes to code review, especially because code review would only annotate like what you're changing. And in the future, if we change just a small part of this, I can actually see exactly what of date is coming from. So I'm not too worried myself about like the p-time dot stuff, but I get it. It's fine. I would heavily push back myself because when it comes to like code review and readability, the diff would actually let me know exactly where this thing's coming from versus having to like expand things within GitHub.
Well, we get lucky here that like when you do a local module open like this, it's all within like parentheses or brackets. So like only within these two parent here do we have access to the scope of p-time, which was declared right before it.
Oh, okay. So you're scoping it just within like the calls rather than doing like an open earlier, which...
Yep.
Ah, okay. That's my mistake. I misunderstood what they were recommending. Touche.
To
very good.
Nin's point, like this is kind of cool here because epoch is also off of p-time. So we can just say update time, to date, epoch, start time without having to prefix everything. So
I get that.
Especially for this line, I do.
It makes a lot of sense. I was misunderstanding. I thought they were going to try and have you like move the p-time part up to like the upper portion of code where like you would do like an open, right?
Yeah, I'd probably push back on that one as well. Because then like it's like to your point, like it's confusing to see where a function comes from without LSP. And you can end up having like namespace collisions if you have two modules open that have the same functions in it. But yeah, I think this works out pretty well here.
No, it makes sense, ninth tree. I was misunderstanding. I thought it was for like the open part of things. Yeah, I totally get that. I totally get it.
All right, so this is today 0 timestamp. And this is our epoch. Changing words.
Fun
So this
thing,
would be-
I said epoch at like a meetup at one point, and someone was like, "What? What is that?"
Epic.
It's technically
people-
epic.
Yeah.
But my brain
caught
still
up.
wants to say epoch, okay?
Same. I've been called out on that before too. It's so hard to like not say epoch.
So
Epic.
annoying when someone can't just like recognize it and move past it though, as well. Right? Like a really not fun person to talk to at that point.
Although I will say I get mildly annoyed at the fact that JWT is pronounced jot.
Oh, I'll
And
never say jot. I don't give a shit. Hell no.
I hate sitting in a meeting and someone says jot. I'm just like, oh,
What do you think it should be?
As long as
JWT?
they don't correct you when you say JWT, you're good to go.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Right?
If
We
you
can
were
all
re-
be incorrect.
If you were reading an email and someone wrote the 3 letters JWT and you were reading that out loud in a meeting, how would you go over that?
Jot.
You would not say jot. Don't even.
Oh,
Don't read
she's
the-
lying. Oh,
She is
what
lying.
a liar.
There's zero shot anyone other than the author, the specs of the, or the authors of the spec.
Exactly, Han. Jot that down. Jot that down. You spelled it wrong. It should be JWT that down. JWT that down. Okay?
I hate it here.
There you go.
We're having fun. It's fine.
Epic today. 0 timestamp. Zeroed start timestamp.
Ooh, Ethan went like chaotic evil with that one and said, JSON web token that down.
Exactly.
Touche. Touche. I like it. I like it.
Okay, so this, does this make sense for a name, or should I just name it the same thing? I'll just name it the same thing. Zeroed start timestamp.
I think so. Yeah, like just for readability, you know?
So we've got that. Now we need 0 end date time. And we'll do the same things. Is that right? Epic end time. Yeah, I think that actually is correct. We get the days from our epic. We get our time from the end time.
Hold on. Epic is like now though, isn't it?
No, epic is 1970.
Okay. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, good call. Yep.
What is this? Needs in. Okay, so that's good there. We don't need to do this because it's already a timestamp. So then we need to add a day to this. Let's see if we have any utility function. Arithmetic. Add span. Okay, what does a span look like?
And yeah, if span allows us to pass like a constant for like 1 day, boom, nailed it.
Val v. VS is like of DPS. But raises, I don't want to deal with. Of DPS is a span for signed POSIX picosecond span. This is like real in the weeds here.
PS stands for picosecond. Ah. Okay. Huh.
So we can add spans. We just got to figure out how to make spans. All right, so of D picosecond is a span for the sign. D is a sign number for days, and picosecond is a number of the picosecond. Sure. Of int floating point I wonder if we have ways to go to a span from here. Of span to span. Okay. Interesting. And what do we want to do again? We want to add a day. That's all we want to do is add a day.
Exactly.
So I think we could do like, I'm just going to not name this up front. We'll say ptime dot to span, and we can send zeroed and timestamp in. So that would give us a span, right? Okay, we have a span, and then we should be able to do let's see here, ptime dot span dot add, and add takes another span of D. Can we just, I wonder if we can give that as a 0. So I think we might be able to do like, this would be a good place to do a local open. Oops, that was the wrong spot. Do a local open there. We want to say add, and then we want to say of DPS. Oh, this is going to get a little messy here. Let's do this one line at a time rather than piping it. This will be zeroed and span. Sure. Let's this is ptime dot span dot add. We want to, we'll say zeroed end span, and then I wonder if we can do just a V. The value of S is like S, but raises if S is not in the right range. I don't really get that. So here's the neutral element. Okay, so we might be able to use that. So let's try this, I guess. I guess we'll do 1 and ptime dot span dot 0. What is this subset about? Oh, because it makes an option, right? Right. So let's put that on another line. Dayspan. You ever watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Dayspan, fighter of the night span. Yeah, for sure.
Hell yeah.
Champion
I'm
of the
glad
sun.
you knew where I was.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
so glad you knew where I was going with that.
Ah, yeah, for sure. Love that show. Yeah, such a good show. Charlie might be my spirit animal.
Was expected of, okay, fine. What is it? 0D. I don't remember how to do in 64s. In 64 dot of int 0. Sure.
Spa day. Do you mean like, are you trying to say spaghetti day? Because I could go for a spaghetti day. Yeah, I really like that show. Classic DM plugging Philly. Are you from the area? Shit. Hold on. I thought you were in North Carolina, right?
I'm not from Philly. I grew up in southern Pennsylvania.
Oh.
I was just in Philly. That's where OCAML is from.
Oh, cool.
So I was around the Philly area.
Yeah, I got family in Bethlehem. Like Allegheny, not
yeah.
Allegheny, sorry, Allentown area.
Nice. Up near, what is that mountain range? The Poconos.
Yeah, the Poconos. Yep. That's like, yeah, there's like a blue mountain in the Poconos that's not the blue mountain most people know of. That's where I like first did my like first bit of skiing and all that stuff. Yeah.
That's awesome, dude. Okay. This is never going to error. So I'm just going to do option.get. So option.get is a somewhat unsafe operation. But because we control this input, I'm not super worried about it.
Okay.
So basically what will happen here is you can pass an option to get, and if it's a sum, it just unboxes the value. And if it's a none, it raises an exception.
Okay. Makes sense.
So,
Ion is saying, do I have a bunker in the Poconos? Like, no. If I was going to establish a bunker, it'd be here in the Cascades in Washington. Duh. I still want to be able to, like, snowboard good shit when I come out of, like, the nuclear fallout, you know? Like, come on.
Okay, this looks like it might have worked. So I guess like this is the amount of picoseconds in a day, I'm assuming.
Wow.
Let's see if we can picoseconds in a day. That looks,
dude, it's
like
so many. Oh my god, it's so many.
I feel like that's got to be right.
So ninth tree is saying there is ptime.span of int s,
where we could give it seconds. So we could give it a day in seconds. That's not the worst idea.
Sure.
So let's see what that looks like. So we could do ptime.span. Excuse me. Is that a day in seconds? Yeah.
Looks right to me. All right, cool.
Cool. So we don't get an option there, so that's even better.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you
this
there,
is what
Night.
I love being a like OCAML newbie on Twitch, because like the majority of the time when somebody comes in the chat and knows OCAML, they know it really well. So I can almost always learn something from the people that come in my chat with like OCAML tips.
Right.
Totally dig it.
In TypeScript, I have less success with that, but you know, that's
I would be in the same boat.
It's rare that I actually don't know what to do with the TypeScript, but I still get people chiming in about things that are just wrong. Like, so yeah, for the most part, I don't listen to chat when it comes to TypeScript.
It's so funny. Like my entire background and like expertise is TypeScript and React and Node and all that. And I haven't written a lick of it on stream, I don't think. Maybe like for like an hour, I updated like this budgeting thing I have, but don't touch it on stream.
You live a charmed stream life at that point.
I definitely do. Okay. So this looks good. So we added a day. What did you call? Oh gosh. Plus day. we'll call it the same thing. So we'll call it zeroed end timestamp plus day. And what do we do here?
All right,
We
so
add-
zero to end timestamp plus day, we end up getting the start and end timestamp so that we can compare these things.
So this start timestamp is different than start time. Okay, yeah. Let start timestamp equals today 0 timestamp. Right, we'll want to do a ptime dot open. I think we have an add. Do we not? We're gonna have to use the span here.
I mean, MetaMe, if you want to do like a co-stream about making it in Clojure, I know
you should
nothing
do
about
that.
Clojure, so
I
we
would
could totally
love
do
to
this.
watch that.
Yeah, I'm down. I am down.
All right. So
And
we're
keep
gonna
in
have
mind, it'll be my stream, so like people are trolling me, not you. You don't even have to look at chat. I'll be the one taking the brunt of like the backseaters. And bamboo. Science.
Listen, Meta, I would love to see some closure. We want to say to span, and we add today 0 timestamp. Let's just go add that. And then we also need to do span.add. Sure, that goes to a span. That's good. And then we need the 0 end timestamp or 0 start timestamp. To span 0'd start timestamp. Oh gosh, there's so many.
Yeah, it's a bit verbose and like heavy.
All right.
It's only 4 things, okay? So it's not that many, but yeah, I get it.
I will probably go through and clean up some of this so we're having
Mhm.
less variables and just piping stuff through. But
Sure. Yeah, at least like to understand the logic of what we're doing, right? We may want to write some like tests before you do that.
yeah, I would
refactor.
definitely. That will be probably like we can do like a full stream on like writing tests with like Alka
Yeah,
tests.
I think we're gonna need to actually. Yeah, for sure. Yep. And I think that would be beneficial, like before you refactor too much of this. Like, let's write the tests first, and then we get some value out of it. Yeah.
So today 0 timestamp, 0'd end timestamp, not plus a day. Okay. So we got that. And we want to say.
So
Oh, boy.
basically, we check if the 0'd start timestamp is greater than the 0'd end timestamp, because that would mean that our start is like today, but like greater than when we're ending. So that like that's where like the UTC would roll over, and we're getting like a should be a negative value, but because of the way we're calculating these things, it's a positive value. But if it's greater than the end, then it should be negative, and like we just do the plus a day thing.
I see. Okay. So we can actually do. We can say. We can use our if else expression here.
Mm-hmm. And I want to shout out, like, this logic may change if we discover a better pattern. But as long as we follow the same pattern with this code, then it's easy for us to like refactor when we discover a better pattern, because all of the SDKs follow the same pattern. So the key is making sure that we're consistent, because the refactor is then consistent too. How's it going, Tilapia? We are working on the OCAML SDK for this, and dmmulroy is pretty damn good at this stuff. And he's helping us write the OCAML SDK for Vexilla based upon like other things we've done already, which means that there may be flaws in the existing logic, but at least if we faithfully reproduce that logic, editing it is fixing just all these same things with just a little bit more like, you know, little effort to like make it consistent. So the key is being consistent from the start, and then changing things is consistent as well.
Oh, we don't want that to be... Why is my formatting all wonky here?
So +1, real quick, when you're talking about Apex, are you talking about like the Salesforce stuff? I'm guessing that's what Salesforce, like SF stands for in SFDC. Yeah, Apex itself as a language has some limitations on how dates are like handled, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if
Salesforce.com is what SFDC stands for. I would never have guessed that. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Metame is sad that he knows what that stood for.
Or zeroed timestamp. We need to do like something where we convert it to an int to float. I guess we could do that, right?
Sure. Yeah. Real quick, +1, if you want to be as condescending as possible, you say bless your heart. That's like a Southern thing.
Definitely.
Oh, bless your heart. Oh, you sweet summer child, bless your heart. Boom, nailed it. That's like the most like passive-aggressive statement you could ever make.
Did you know, I found this out like a year ago, that the phrase sweet summer child is like a totally new pop culture thing, and it came from Game of Thrones. And like before that, it wasn't like a thing. I always assumed that it was like a Southern thing.
I don't know about that at all. Yeah, no, like that's a term I've known for ages.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sweet.
It may have been popularized by Game of Thrones, but like, dude, no, I've heard that term since way before.
Okay, yeah, you're right. There must have been another phrase that, well,
no, I look at the
ago.
etymology, like, so 1996 fantasy novel, 96 actually makes sense, although isolated occurrences go back to the 1800s. So really, like, It became pop culture when Game of Thrones did it. But yeah, like Sweet Summer Child, I've heard people use in like passing since I was a really young kid.
That's what I thought too. So I feel better that you've proved that to be true.
Yeah. We had to look it up just to be sure. It, like, again, he could have popularized it, made it like pop culture, but like Southern culture has had it for ages. And I only know Southern culture because I have family from the South.
Okay. I think then end timestamp becomes oh gosh.
So Mayamo, I don't know how to pronounce like that. Like, you know, if it was Mayamo, it'd be 2 L's, right? That'd be like the Spanish. So I don't know what Mayamo means. But yeah, Vexilla is like post-hog feature flags, but it's about a static file living somewhere rather than you having to run a server. Geo, that's a little bit better. So yeah, Geo, for sure. But like consider maybe Growthbook. Growthbook is also static file based, but then how do you modify those static files? Well, yeah, Growthbook still like ends up needing a hosted thing somewhere. So instead, could we have our application live on Vexilla.dev or whatever? And you can update that via all sorts of stuff. And then from there, like, yes, it's just a static file living somewhere that you consume via SDKs. And I don't know how PostHog technically works under the hood, so maybe PostHog's doing the same thing. I have no idea. But at the end of the day, static file-based feature flags is somewhat novel when compared to software as a service-based feature flags that are split IO, launch darkly, a bunch of like the incumbents. So yeah, if PostHog is already static file-based, well shit, they're yet another competitor.
Two float seconds.
Hold on. So Geo, you jumped into tier.run to deal with this because it's synchronized with Stripe and your first software as a service? Dude, we were just looking at tier.run earlier, right? They posted a blog post about how pricing ops is different from billing ops, or like pricing is different from billing. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've actually like totally chatted about how our value function within Vexilla is something you could use to load up like a specific Stripe product ID based upon environment and things like that, based upon like rolling it out to a new set of users and all that. Like, hell yeah, man. I did not realize that so many people were using tier.run already. Really cool. Yeah, thank you for that anecdote. I also have a like billing product I'd like to launch at some point too, but I want to get like Vexilla over the finish line first. Real quick, hold on. Geo, is your billing done with credits, right? Is it like a credit-based billing system? Like any video game you've ever played where you buy X amount of credits and then like, you know, purchase things from the store using those credits? If so, holy shit, dude, that's the product I'm planning on launching after Vexilla. Big brain. So yeah, anyway, let's continue. It's just a plan style. Okay, cool.
I think we got there.
Oh shit.
It's a chonky boy, but
It's
know,
thick. Society likes thick, okay?
You like thick, Justine?
Hey-o. Touche.
Yeah, you want to talk?
No.
Say hello.
Hi.
Hello, how you doing, Justine? Cheers.
Oh, there's another person. Hi.
Yeah, how you doing?
Right here.
I am CM Griffing. I'm the one just yelling at Dylan.
Good, he deserves it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, thanks for chilling and hanging out. I don't want to keep Dylan too much longer. We'll probably wrap up properly, right? So that he can take out the trash, right?
Yeah, just as long as he takes out the trash, it's fine. He can stay
Perfect.
up as late as he wants, but I'm going to bed. I just hang out in the chair in the corner.
No, it was awesome. Thank you for chilling. Like, it was kind of fun just having you lurking.
Lurking.
Lurking, yes.
It's not an offensive thing. Lurking is positive, for sure.
No, I call it duckling mode because when I'm done with work, all I do is like follow Dylan around the house and I don't even realize that I do it. I'm just like, oh, where are we going?
Okay. Yeah, that's chill. Yeah, I like that. Nice.
Yeah. All right. But have a good night.
You too.
Here, you can take that back. I'm going to bed.
I'll be up soon after I take out the trash.
Yeah, take out the
Yep,
trash.
it'll be real
Thank
quick.
you.
We're
Okay.
wrapping up.
Okay, I'm back.
No.
It's literally garbage collection. Exactly, Ion. Like, literally garbage collection.
Well done, Ion. Well,
I think we nailed it. Until we write the test to verify it, we don't know.
yeah, I think one thing I will do between now and next week is clean up some of our use of option.get and maybe add some nice, like wrap the p time library with some helper functions and like have our own like date module or like
Yeah.
datetime module.
Okay.
But yeah, we worked through it, and we actually wrote like a lot more code than this too. Like we got a lot done.
Yeah, dude,
We
like
got-
this was huge, right? Like writing the value function was meh, but like getting into like the scheduling, that's the heavy part. Like that's the part that's like the most bug ridden too. So like I'm gonna have stuff we need to fix, but if we can like solve what I'm doing currently and be the same way, changing it later is so much easier.
Yeah, and as I look through this and like start to clean it up a little bit, I'll be able to grok kind of at a higher level of like what's going on holistically as I like, just have time to sit down and breathe and think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, sweet.
Dude, so fun. Thank you so much for joining yet again. Like, dude, I really appreciate you joining and doing these things, teaching me OCaml, because at some point you may get too busy and I'm going to have to modify this library at some point, right?
I am maybe one of these times I'll let you drive for a bit and
I don't want
see if
that.
you can write
Not yet at least. Yeah. Please no. But yeah, I get it. Like super helpful, man. Like this is awesome. Like I feel like my chat learned a lot from this, just watching the process and understanding OCaml. Like, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I feel like after the first couple times of seeing the syntax, like without the parens and brackets, it gets relatively easy to read.
So yeah, you showed a tool that converts OCaml to reason. I might write reason and then have it convert it to OCaml for me. But
You could
even then,
100%
like I
do
think
that.
we're good.
Or you could just have like a reason file and import that into your OCaml file. It'd be totally fine.
Boom, exactly, right? Yeah, super good. So yeah, I will say we can cut you free from here, right? If you want to continue hanging out, no big deal. But I think we hit a really good like stopping point here, and yeah, I'll be coming back from my flight on like Monday, so like Tuesday, I'll be totally ready to just hang out and like do some more OCaml. So yeah,
Sweet. Alrighty, well, thank you as always. Always a blast. And if chat wants to, keep watching OCaml content, I stream OCaml every morning, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern time. And we're working on some exciting stuff, including building out a component library in OCaml, HTMX, and Tailwind for TJ DeVries and the Primogen. So
yep. Tej Dev, if y'all don't know the name, and the Primogen is the Primogen, right? So yeah, that's awesome, man. How far along is that repo? How what do you need to do to make it relevant?
So I am working through basically building out a bunch of primitive components right now. I took what TJ wrote. He started adding types for all of the HTMX API. I took what he had, built on top of that. So we have basically a fully typed OCaml library for HTMX. And I'm starting to build out a bunch of like primitive components. So your button, your typography component, your input, a card. So
right,
TJ
like doing
has,
those
like,
baselines, and then like a select is like way higher level, and maybe that's something you'll do eventually, or have you started on that yet?
I mean, I will probably, honestly, I think TJ might even be using a select. So right now, the goal is to rip out Daisy UI and replace it with just like our own styles. Like I rolled a theme, and so I'm basically building this library. So TJ has building blocks to build out the UI for the site without having to worry too much about theming and Tailwind and all that.
Okay. And then not to keep it too long, but why Daisy UI versus something like ShadCN? Maybe like ShadCN wasn't popular enough at the time?
I think Daisy was probably just what chat told TJ to use at the time to get like some sort of styles on top of Tailwind.
Sure.
Because TJ didn't know Tailwind.
Okay. That makes sense to me. Yeah, like that's
Yeah.
the best example, like best like thing you could do. Like it just at the time was the right choice. So I totally get that. Cool.
So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for joining. Have a great rest of your night, and don't forget the trash.
On it now.
All right, collect that garbage.
Thanks, y'all.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Later. Ah, super cool, man. Yeah, he's awesome. Really cool dude. Y'all should definitely make sure you follow his stream. Really good content, really awesome. Way less of a jerk than I am about like X versus Y stuff and all that. I can admit that. I can be self-conscious enough about it. But I am at the point where I need to end stream tonight, get some food in my belly, and maybe hammer out a bit of work. Technically, I have pretty much no meetings tomorrow, so I don't know if I have to do work tonight. But it does mean that I need to wake up early enough tomorrow to make sure I get the work done, because I have a bug that our clients at work need done. And I don't want to leave it hanging before I go on vacation from Thursday to Monday. I think tomorrow I can knock it out for work, though. So we'll see what we do over on gaming here. Not sure. I can stop the recording at least. Real quick, productivity for programmers. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, seriously, like, number of SDKs is an early competitive advantage for what I'm building. There's another tool called Hyper something, I forgot the name, that is, you know, a feature flag tool, but they're doing the Git focused approach that I'm focusing on, but they only have like a JavaScript TypeScript SDK. So yeah, like my differentiator is I'm Git focused, as well as I support way more SDKs than they do. And I'm fully open source and free. Static file based, all that. So yeah, like the tool for basically Vexilla is sponsoring Hyper whatever their name is. I'm sorry for forgetting it. I'd have to look it up. They seem really cool, really nice tool. I'm not trying to say like, oh, how dare they? Like, no. Really awesome. They're further along than I am. They're actually released and production ready. And the version 1.x of what we're doing is not. So, soon. Very soon. But again, like, my competitive advantage is the fact that I think I offer way more SDKs than any other provider out there. And I can be Git focused. And it's super fucking cheap to host because it's just a static file. So, like, I am already, like, cutting out Launch Darkly, Split IO, Optimizely, based upon, like, the static file thing. I'm cutting out Growthbook and Hyper whatever their name is, based upon the amount of SDKs I support, as well as, you know, being something like easily statically hosted with scheduling, which Growthbook doesn't support either. So at the bare minimum, could I force Growthbook to allow scheduling with their free tier? If I force that, I'll consider it a win. Okay? I will consider my entire project a win because I forced a way bigger player to be better. If not, well, shit, I still have that feature. But I still think, like, them allowing scheduling to be a thing that the free tier gets would be amazing. Yeah, no, I get that, Lightspeed. Like, 90% of all prospective users will be TypeScript based. I get that. I totally get that. Even then, solving the niche can help make me more mainstream. That's the power, I think. personally. Massively. I think supporting things that the incumbents don't support really gives us like a lot of leeway. It gives us a lot of like ability to solve problems for people that other things just aren't. Regardless of the features we offer, like scheduling. So language support, huge. Even if it's only 10% of users, I don't give a shit. How many users out there want feature flagging, but no fucking client exists for Launch Darkly, Split IO, Optimizely, Growthbook, all of them. Every single one. Like, holy shit, dude. Even if it's only 10% of the market, that still makes me the obvious choice for 10% of the market in which they will recommend my tool because it solves their problem. Who uses OCAML? Companies? No. But senior staff and principal developers making their own side projects? Yes. And who is an advocate for tools we use at companies? Senior staff and principal developers. So no matter what, my target market are the people that actually have a say over what gets used. So yeah, MetaMe, like you weren't necessarily saying that verbatim, right? Verboten? Verboten means forbidden. So yeah, not that. But yeah, like seriously, I can solve a use case that other tools aren't solving. And if I solve it right and well, so many people that make decisions for their organization will opt towards my tool. And that's fucking huge. That is so fucking huge. Again, what is the monetization strategy for Vexilla? Currently, nothing. Currently, getting bought by a bigger company. Towards the future, cloud platform. A/B testing, all the shit that PostHog has basically done. So is PostHog or Growthbook a potential suitor for buying me out? Yeah. Oh yeah. Launch Darkly, Optimizely, Split IO? Oh yeah. Features morph into like ad like development. Like, yeah. A/B testing is feature flagging with measurement. That's it. Like, that's totally it. That's absolutely it. A/B testing is feature flag with measurement. So yeah, who do we go raid at this point? Really good stream. I really appreciate dmmulroy and like the co-streaming thing. I think we all recognize that he will be massively more popular than me because he's not a jerk, right? So yeah, I look forward to being a footnote in dmmulroy's like history. I'm okay with it. It's fine. I just want to make some shit and live cheap and then keep streaming. That'd be amazing. If I could get bought for like 2 mil by any one of these incumbents, I'm set for life because I live very frugally. So I'm okay with it. I don't mind. Launch Darkly, buy me already. Fuck. Who's streaming right now that we should go, like, totally go raid, though? Ooh. Dollar Dojo? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Lightspeed. Like, seriously, if you make a good enough product, you'll just keep getting bought out. And that's easy. Like, that is actually like a monetization strategy. It's not something Y Combinator would be stoked on. But I haven't actually tried to pitch Y Combinator for this yet. So I think we're good. It's bedtime for you, Jason. No big deal. Yeah, I get you. And again, so using Kubernetes, You don't know what it's using, but with some feature flags in routing, you can deliver a percentage for each feature flag. So, Geo, the big thing there is your Kubernetes cluster is utilizing that at build time and like orchestration time, when instead you need to be thinking about runtime. Build time and orchestration time, anything is just a glorified environment variable, when instead your Kubernetes cluster should be worried about runtime, and that's a totally separate thing. Right? Runtime is absolutely not related to what you would do with Kubernetes. Instead, it's service-based. If you want to change something based upon that service and all of your other services, taking it into account, that's a feature flag on a totally remote tool at runtime, not build time, not orchestration time, not release time or deploy time. Those things are completely separate from being able to change something in a reasonable amount of time, because releasing it out to your cluster involves so much more work. Does that help, Geo? Feature flags are runtime. Anything other than runtime for a feature flag is a glorified environment variable, and it's not the same thing. So yeah, at some point, even if you're doing Kubernetes stuff, you would benefit from feature flags for the thing that's running, not necessarily how it gets released or whatever. And there are definitely ways of mixing feature flags with your deploy process via like blue-green deployments like CodeFresh, etc., right? But that is not what I'm talking about with runtime feature flags. So understanding the differentiation between compile and build time and deploy time flags versus runtime flags is the important bit. And there's definitely companies out there that would try and mix those two together. Like, you have a whole separate environment based upon that flag. Sure, I get it. I still don't think those things should mix. But maybe I just don't see why, right? So I might totally be missing why you should mix those things. But at the current moment, I don't see a good reason to mix those. So yeah, at this point, like, consider build time feature flags, which are just environment variables, versus runtime feature flags, which is what like feature flags should be. So yeah, hopefully that like exemplifies the main use case for the tool I'm making, etc. Why a static file in the cloud is so much better than some server, right? If it's just release-based, who gives a shit? You could run it on a server and like you're never going to take that server down based upon deploy. Runtime style? Oh shit, dude. If you hit a spike of users, you could take down the server serving those feature flags, you know? And then, oh my god, you're done for. Whereas if it's a static file, good luck taking down S3. Good luck taking down CloudFront, you know? So to me, static file-based feature flagging, which is runtime inherently, is so much greater than any kind of build time thing you'd ever do. So yeah, let's go chat with Dollar Dojo. Yeah, we got two people hanging out over there. They got the sideways hat and a better hairline than I'll ever have. Let's go chat with them. We're gonna go raid Dollar Dojo. They've been going for like 3 hours. I hope they don't end soon because I'd be a little bummed about that, but you know, whatever. I get it. They got social lives probably. I don't. My social life is my other stream. Yeah, no worries. Thank you all for hanging out. We had a great day. Not many people heading into the raid. They might be trying to end soon anyway, but we can raid them before they go, and then we'll just hop on the train of who they raid. No big deal. So I'm going to click that button. I'm going to unmute things. I'm going to stop streaming to some other stuff. Let me end that. Let me do this. Thank you for everyone who hung out over on YouTube. I don't think it was that many people because, well, you know, it's a thing, but whatever. So YouTube, thank you for chilling. I'm going to end